transition sunglasses.
Oh,
Like,
so they're do you remember that meme of Hillary Clinton with her sunglasses on her BlackBerry?
oh yeah.
The fake sunglasses. I know, honestly.
So are you talking about all of the different devices that we could have? Like
Yeah, well,
devices?
yeah, so I've got comments and questions on literally every single one. And I have more to say on each one of them aside from the questions. So that'll be a long segment. And even this was like, I only started
Keep us
looking
here
at them.
forever. I'm gonna kill you.
Well, I only started looking at them as soon as they sent out the email with the packet. But
I remember
I wanted to read a little bit more, but I
we
just
were
didn't
having
have
a
enough
meeting
time.
once, and Robert leaned in because you said you seated beside me. He said, "Can I say something like you're done for the evening?" Like, no.
You're like, look, you're like, no, of course.
Like, no.
Oh, that was that.
You had your moment in the sun. Yeah, if I kick you, I hope you have ice for your leg. So, yeah, actually,
I like to read it 3 times
I don't know.
before the meeting.
Some of these things,
Sometimes, so I like to read it 3 times. I need visuals in front of me.
I think, are quite
Some of the things like,
beneficial.
oh, I think there's some great ones in there. I really wish they had like brought it by us before kind of this session.
Well,
Because some of
they
it I
brought
really
it by
want to,
us.
some I want to,
Like this, I think is great.
I think that's great. Some of these like really they need to cool down. Like, I love this. Honestly, I like this
Which
with
one?
like with handcuffs. With handcuffs.
Oh, yeah.
I think we have to do that carefully. I'm sorry, we shouldn't be talking about this right now. The one thing that I think is crazy.
Good evening. Please take your seats. We are going to start our meeting, starting off with the land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Kizh peoples. I will now call the City Council and Public Safety Commission special meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. And we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member John Allendorfer, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening?
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to do a roll call. Madam City Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Byers.
Present.
Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Here.
Mayor Schein.
Present.
Commissioner Blau.
Here.
Commissioner Aramian.
Aye.
Commissioner Freiberg.
Here.
Commissioner Harrison.
Here.
Commissioner Nickel.
Here.
Chair Hallman.
Here.
I'm noting for the record the absence of Vice Chair Saltzman. He's not feeling well this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to approval of the agenda. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes from staff?
There are no changes from staff.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any changes? All right. So we will move to new business, starting with 4A, the Center for Policing Equity Assessment. We are now going to have staff proceed with your staff report, please, whenever you are situated.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll give a brief introduction to the item. So I'm David Wilson, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members and Public Safety Commissioners. Tonight we have two items on the agenda. This first item is a report from the Center for Policing Equity. And just to give a little background, in July of 2020, the City Council approved hiring an independent expert to review the city's policing practices and ensure that they're performed in a just and equitable way. The city got in contact with the Center for Policing Study, Center for Policing Equity, who will introduce themselves in just a few moments. And then we worked with them to enter into an agreement. They work directly with law enforcement, so they've entered into an MOU with the Sheriff's Department, as well as the city as a non-party. Based on their methodology or their process, they do not charge for their services, so the city did not pay any city funds for the study. That we've worked closely with them, and I believe it's been a great relationship with the Sheriff's Station and the Center for Policing Equity. And so we'll have CPE team provide their analysis of their assessment, and then our captain, Bill Mulder, as well as Danny Rivas, our Community Safety Director, and I will be here available for questions, as well as the CPE team. And with that, I'll turn it over.
So good evening, everyone. How are you all doing? My name is Sean Eldridge, and I am with the Center for Policing Equity. And first off, to Mayor Shine, to members of the council, Public Safety Commission, and City Manager, we would like to say thank you for having us here this evening as we present the findings of the Justice Navigator Assessment for LA County Sheriff's Department West Hollywood Station. So once again, my name is Sean Eldridge, and I am the Director of Law Enforcement Initiatives for the Center of Policing Equity. Presenting with me tonight are two of my colleagues, Matthew Graham, who is the Senior Data Analyst, and Sierra Edmondson, who is the Community Engager Coordinator. And you'll hear more from them as we get into the presentation. So with our time this evening, I'm going to tell you a little more about who CPE is, and then touch on CPE's partnership with the City of West Hollywood and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Matt will tell you more about the Justice Navigator, and we'll discuss the findings of the West Hollywood Station assessment, and then Sierra will talk more about CPE resources and community engagement opportunities. So for those who might not know who the Center of Police Equity is, I think our North Star really describes us best. We are about protecting, empowering, and supporting communities, particularly the Black community. Now, we do employ various approaches to obtain these objectives, but I believe our most vital approach is that we can provide leaders with data, with stories, and with relationships so we can facilitate change. That not only it doesn't only innovate change, but it gives long-lasting change. So tonight is not just about presenting the findings of your assessment, but tonight is an opportunity to tell a story. It's an opportunity to showcase the efforts of West Hollywood, not only to LA County, not only to the state of California, but all across the country. The city, along with the Sheriff's Department, has an opportunity to show an eagerness to understand the origins of racial disparities in policing outcomes and seek sustainable ways to address them. So let's talk a little bit about this partnership. West Hollywood is this beautiful melting pot of culture and people. And let's look at your mayor. Hello, Mayor Sean. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna give you a little shine, pun intended. So an Iranian American, a woman of color, a member of the LGBTQ plus community, and if I'm correct, the first openly LGBTQ plus Iranian elected to public office worldwide. So let's listen to that story, and let's look at the crossroads that she intersects. Now let's look at the council and how the community has really supported her and rallied around her, uplifting her work, but also uplifting the person that she is. What's happening here in West Hollywood, it feels like the epitome of the American dream, but there's still more work to do. You still have a community and visitors to this community that are impacted by inequitable practices. So the Black community's voice often goes unheard or dismissed. And these are people who, similar to Mayor Shine, live in that intersectionality of being Black, LGBTQ+, non-binary men or women. So how do we give the Black community a voice? How do we help communities to better understand the risk factors of inequitable practices? So we believe that identifying and dismantling the inequities faced by Black and brown communities is an essential first step in reducing harm and reimagining public safety systems for all communities. But what I'm pleased to say is that you, as a city, have taken that step when current council member Lauren Meister, who, when she was serving as mayor, contacted CPE. And in June of 2021, the City of West Hollywood, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and the Center for Police and Equity entered into a memorandum of understanding agreement to analyze your use of force, vehicle stops, pedestrian stops, calls for service, and officer-initiated activities within West Hollywood that span from 2017 to 2021. So what does all that even mean for you? I think a good way to help you understand is by explaining what the goal is. And our goal is to create greater equity in public safety systems. Thank you. And much of our work is done in collaboration with the Sheriff's Department. And I would like to thank Captain Mulder and all of his deputies who have always been welcoming and informative and transparent with us. That makes this process of collecting and analyzing data much smoother. But having a responsive and open partner like this gives you, the city officials, the capability to empower the trained professionals and community members alike through investing in fields like mental health, housing, education, and many other areas. And what you're receiving tonight, the Justice Navigator, this is the tool for communities and law enforcement to do just that. So by analyzing the data and identifying disparities in policing outcomes, we can help identify problems and then start the work of finding solutions. But what we do want you to understand is that CP is not prescriptive. We do not assign blame. We do not presume that disparities in policing are suggestive of overtly racist behavior, but we do encourage centering the community and working with communities to develop safer public safety systems that fits the community's needs. Oh, too far. So to your credit, the city and the Sheriff's Department have been working and implementing solutions to address these problems. So many of these solutions are the type of alternate response methods that we encourage communities around the country to work towards. So for starters, many of you on this very council were instrumental in the resolution that declared that certain low-level traffic stops would be a low priority for the city. You all have also been instrumental in working in with your Human Services Department and developing a behavioral health crisis response unit. But what I've been fortunate to witness and have a front row seat to is the partnership between your city manager, David Wilson, your director of community safety, Danny Rivas, and West Hollywood station captain, Bill Mulder. They truly work to not overuse the sheriff department, but utilize resources that can help the community so that the sheriff's deputies can be available for violent crimes. The things like the utilization of block-by-block ambassadors, this limits interaction with the sheriff's department for those non-criminal actions, but their presence could act as a deterrent to crime. The usage of code enforcement for things like loud noise complaints, often these types of calls where an armed deputy would have to respond to a residence for something like loud music. This can escalate into worse situations. Then there's the things that the station are doing. The station has recently updated its policies on data collection and racial profiling and implemented a new LGBTQ plus training program statewide. The Sheriff's Department has a community outreach initiative here in West Hollywood that includes a community academy that provides members of the public with insights of their policies and processes. Then there's a community impact team, which is made up of the station's community-oriented policing and problem-solving team and their entertainment policing team. This team collectively manages community concerns and promotes crime prevention through a variety of intervention and prevention through enforcement techniques, including the CARE outreach program for the unhoused community members. The Sheriff's Department also has a mental health evaluation team that diverts clients away from jail in support of the county's roadmap for change with an emphasis on care first, jails last. And then there's the station's volunteers who are from right here in West Hollywood. Their help with things like working the front desk or clerical duties or even traffic control points is vital. These steps you are taking prove that communities can come together. They can work towards equitable systems for all. And if you want to learn more about what the Sheriff's Department and the city are doing, in the departmental context tab of our Justice Navigator, we do share more of that information. So as we talk about community, let's look at what the community of West Hollywood looks like. West Hollywood is a small city. It's a city about 1.9 square miles with a residential population of around 36,000. But West Hollywood is this outsourced cultural epicenter that features these two iconic strips in Sunset Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard that they act as this hub of global tourism that supports millions of visitors each year. So on any given weekend, the city population swells by thousands of people who visit the city for its restaurants, its bars, and its nightlife. So I say all this with an understanding that census data on its resident population are unlikely to reflect the total population of people within city limits at any given time. But in this analysis, we are concerned with accounting for the experiences of all people who interact with the LA County Sheriff's Department, even if some or many of those people who have law enforcement contact may come from out of town. But I do think this is a good time to turn it over to my colleague, Senior Data Analyst Matt Graham. He'll provide more information on CPE's methodology, on our approach to population benchmarking, and also provide the results of your Justice Navigator assessment.
Thanks, John. My name is Matthew Graham. I'm the Senior Data Analyst on the Justice Navigator team, as Sean said. And I'm going to be running through some of the key findings from the Justice Navigator assessment. This will not be all of the findings. The full report can be found online at justicenavigator.org. There will also be a QR code at the end of this presentation and an email address for any follow-up questions. We're going to be throwing a lot of information at you, so you don't have to absorb it all tonight. You can review it. It's publicly available. And then we want to hear from you. So we encourage you to email us with any questions or concerns. Before we jump into the findings themselves, so before we jump into the findings themselves, there's a couple of points that we want to talk about. First of all, in meetings with the community over the last year or so, we've heard of the importance of looking into police stops involving LGBTQ plus people, and how important that is. And this report will not include analysis of stops of LGBTQ plus people. And I understand that's very disappointing for some of you. And we understand you, we hear you, and we understand how important that is. We at the Center for Policing Equity are focused on racial equity in policing, but we understand how important intersectionality is. Any anti-Black or anti-Latinx disparities we see, we recognize may be greater among LGBTQ plus Black or Latinx people. So we want to acknowledge and intend to incorporate that when and how we're able. So as far as why we haven't been able to incorporate it yet, there's a couple of reasons. So the first is data reliability. Most police departments across the country, most departments that we work with, don't collect data on LGBTQ plus stops. In 2015, California passed a law called RIPA, which mandates how policing data is collected. So many California jurisdictions now do collect LGBTQ plus stops data because that is mandated by RIPA. And that includes West Hollywood, who now collect RIPA data. But multiple chiefs that we've worked with who operate under RIPA have raised concerns about the reliability of that RIPA data. And the primary concern is that it's based on officer perception of who is LGBTQ plus. Now, you might say, well, isn't race also based on officer perception? Yes, it is. The difference and the reason that we haven't been able to incorporate the LGBTQ plus analyses yet is with race data, we have decades of research looking at race and policing. We know the peculiarities and particularities of that data. We know the assumptions that they rest on, and we know how to grapple with those and incorporate those. The Justice Navigator itself is not a peer-reviewed product, and so we really look to the scientific community and peer-reviewed published research to guide what we do. There's not much in the way of data analysis of policing data of LGBTQ plus people. The studies that exist are mostly survey-based. So how does the LGBTQ plus community feel about police? How do police feel about the LGBTQ plus community? There's really no large-scale analysis of stops of LGBTQ plus people. And so we are really looking to the science to lead the way on that before we incorporate it ourselves. The other issue that we have to wrestle with in looking at incorporating analyses of LGBTQ plus data is the potential risks in doing so. So in a lot of places in this country, it is still not safe to be openly LGBTQ plus. In the last few years, we've seen increasing persecution. And so we have to be really careful as an organization when we think about, do we want to advocate for police departments across the country to collect data on LGBTQ plus people? In a lot of places, the state, through the police, having a database of people they think are LGBTQ plus could be chilling. And so we really need to wrestle with the ethics of that before we pursue it and incorporate it into our products like the Justice Navigator. Again, we know that it is still disappointing that it's not included here. And so in the meantime, over the past year or so, we have been meeting and discussing with LGBTQ plus groups and individuals in your community, because we want to hear your concerns, your insights, your stories, so they can inform the work that we do. And my colleague Ciaran is going to talk more about that when I'm finished. The other thing I want to mention briefly is at CPE, we're focused on racial disparities in policing. And you're going to see evidence of disparities here. And that can be surprising, either the existence of disparities or the magnitude of disparities. We've worked with dozens of departments across the country, and we see similar disparities everywhere we go. So West Hollywood is not the exception. In this country, we tend to think of racism as bad actors, deficient hearts and minds. And that's not what we're talking about here. That's bias and prejudice. When we talk about racism, we're talking about the structural, policy-level factors that could lead to disparities, even if the entirety of the sheriff's staff were 100% free of prejudice or bias. And a lot of these factors are outside of the sheriff's control. So things like poverty and homelessness that also disproportionately affect Black people drive contact with the police and so drive disparities. So again, we want to emphasize these disparities exist everywhere, and so the City of West Hollywood, the Sheriff's Department, shouldn't be condemned for having these disparities. We really want to commend them for initiating this partnership and looking into these issues, because it's the only way to start reducing them. And now we'll finally jump into the findings. So we will start with use of force with data from 2017 through 2021. So the first figure here, we're looking at the, of people that police used force on, what percentage was against people of each racial group? And that's on the right side, the right-hand column, and then on the left we have each group's percentage of the population. So if you look at the orange bar across the bottom, that represents Black people. 28% of the time that officers used force against people in West Hollywood, it was against Black people. About 4% of the population of West Hollywood is Black. So in this context, what would equity look like? It would look like those bars being closer together, which is to say it would look like that bar on the right being smaller, fewer Black people being subjected to force. Now, having said that, that bar on the left, the population percentage, that is only residents of West Hollywood. And as Sean talked about, we recognize that you have people coming in for entertainment, for work, passing through town on your major thoroughfares. So this number doesn't account for those people who don't live here. It's only the demographics of the population, because this is the objective measure that we have. But recognizing that, we defer to your local expertise. Maybe of those people who come into town for entertainment, for work, maybe a larger percentage of them are Black than your resident population. But even if 10, 12, 15% of the people in West Hollywood on any given day that the officers could interact with are Black, there's still a disconnect. That number of use of force incidents is still higher than we would expect or want to see. So that bar on the left is really meant as a sort of a rough guide, a starting point, because that is the measure that is available. But we rely on community context to tell us, what do the demographics of the city actually look like on any given day, because West Hollywood is such a cultural epicenter here. We also see that Latinx people make up 11% of the population and 22% of the people officers use force against. White people make up 76% of the population and 46% of the people that officers use force against. And here we're looking at the types of force that officers used. So if you look at the top row, it says chemical irritant. So that's things like pepper spray, for example, when officers pepper spray someone. On the far right there, the gray bar, we see that officers used chemical irritants 45 times over this study period. And then the orange bar in that row says 36%. So 36% of the time they used chemical irritants, they did so against Black people. And so what we see in this chart overall is, as we saw on the previous slide, Black people made up about 30% of the people that officers used force against. And here we see they make up about 30% of the people that officers used any particular type of force against. So nothing really jumps out here as disturbing or otherwise problematic. Now we'll move over to traffic stops. And this was July 2018 through the end of 2021. And here, I'm just going to focus on the bar on the left. The column on the left. So that's the average percent of people from each racial group who were stopped over this time period. And then the 4 bars to the right break it down by year. But just looking at that average percent over this time period, Black people made up 18% of drivers who were stopped, which is significantly lower than their percentage of the use of force. So that's a really good sign. Latinx people make up 20% of people who were stopped, and white people 51%. Here we're looking at the reasons that people were stopped. So that top bin, equipment license registration, those are stops for things like broken taillights, windows tinted too darkly, expired licenses, etc. And we think of these as lower level traffic stops, things that don't necessarily pose an imminent public safety threat. These also tend to be, or are more likely to be, pretextual in nature, meaning that the officers had a reason to pull the person over, but they were also looking to conduct investigations unrelated to that stop reason. And we see that these types of stops disproportionately affect Black and Latinx people. So Black and Latinx people, so 63% of stops of Black people were for these lower level stops, 55% of stops of Latinx people, compared to 48% of stops for white people. And then if we look below that at moving violations, which we tend to think of as more imminent public safety threats, things like speeding or running a red light. Here, white people were stopped more often. So 52% of stops of white people were for moving violations compared to 36% and 45% of Black and Latinx people respectively. In other communities, we've seen them deprioritize these equipment license registration stops in an attempt to reduce these racial disparities without having a negative impact on public safety. And I know that about a year ago, I believe this council passed a similar measure deprioritizing those stops. So this data only goes through 2021, but we'll be really interested to see what these numbers look like moving forward following the implementation of that. Here we're looking at search rates. So what we see is that once stopped, Black drivers are searched 5 times as often as white drivers, and Latinx drivers are searched 3 times as often as white drivers. And this is not based on any sort of population benchmark or comparison. This is, for every 1,000 Black people stopped, 62 were searched. For every 1,000 stops of white people, 12 were searched. So Black people are searched 5 times as often. However, once searched, Black, Latinx, and white people all had contraband found on them at about the same rate. About 10% of searches of all 3 racial groups resulted in contraband being found. What that indicates to us is that increased search rate wasn't justified by what police were finding. If those increased search rates were justified, the police would have been finding contraband on Black and Latinx people more often, and that's not the case. The other point of interest that's not shown up here is, as I said, about 10% of stops result in contraband being found. 10% of searches result in contraband being found. That means 90% of the time that officers search people, they're not finding contraband. And that's a really high number. In other communities, we see contraband found rates 30, 40, 50%. Having a contraband found rate of 10%, that's really low. And those searches, they can be embarrassing, they can be traumatizing, especially when the person doesn't have any contraband on them. So that's something that we'd like to dig into with the department more, is why is the search yield rate so low? Looking at traffic stop outcomes, we see that Black and Latinx people are arrested more often than white people. They're also released with a warning or no action more often than white people. As far as the warning or no action, it could be that officers stop someone for a legitimate reason and have cause to cite or arrest that person, and they choose to be lenient and to let those people go with a warning. It could also be that they are pulling over Black and Latinx people more often without real cause to do so, without justification to cite or arrest them. We don't know which is the case. Either could be true. But considering how different the percentages are between Black and Latinx people and white people, it's something that we definitely want to look into further. Now we'll move to non-traffic or pedestrian stops. So here we see that 33% of pedestrian stops were of Black people, so this is very much in line with the use of force rate, a very similar percentage. So again, that's a number that we'd like to see come down. And the Latinx pedestrian stop rate is exactly the same as the use of force rate. 22% of pedestrian stops were of Latinx people. So in the vehicle search rate, we saw that Black and Latinx people were searched 5 and 3 times more often than white people. In the pedestrian search, we don't see that. There is no racial disparity that we were able to discern in the pedestrian stops. They're all searched at about the same rate. So that's great. That's really positive news. We still see the very low yield rate, where people who are searched only have contraband found on them 10 to 15% of the time. So again, that's something that we want to dig into and try and get those numbers up. So fewer people who don't have contraband are being searched. So those first 3 sections, use of force, vehicle stops, and pedestrian stops, were really focused on racial equity. And we have really clear ideas of what constitutes racial equity, what racial equity would look like. In this section, we're not looking at racial equity. This section is about the reason that people were calling the police and what police were doing in their own time when they initiated activity. And the purpose of this is really to spark discussions about what you want police doing in your community. Are there certain activities that they don't need to be involved in? So first of all, in this country, we tend to think of police as running from serious call to serious call, from assault to violent domestic to a robbery. And what we see here and in most other communities we work with is that's really not the case. So those really serious calls for bodily harm, property harm, and threats only make up about 13% of what police are doing. And here, we're not looking at officer-initiated activity, we're just looking at the reasons people called police. So when they called 911, what were they calling for? And we see that in almost half of the cases, 45%, were for public assistance. And that's things like an obstruction in the roadway. So, something, a box or something fell off the back of someone's truck and is blocking the road. Could be an abandoned vehicle. Could be someone found property that they want to turn in. Could be a loose animal running around. Right? So those are calls that don't necessarily require someone with a badge and a gun to respond. Over the past few decades throughout the country, we've been shifting more and more responsibility to police because they're the city personnel who are available. They're the ones who are around. And so we've just been asking them to do more and more. But what we're seeing right now, again, throughout the country, is departments are having a hard time hiring officers, and they're having a hard time retaining officers. And so a big part of the conversation is how to recruit. But another part of that conversation could be, and we think should be, what do officers actually need to respond to? And can we shift some of this away from them so that they aren't burdened with these lower level calls and have the capacity to respond to those serious calls when needed? So for example, in another community, we've seen when you have a traffic accident, you call the police because you need an insurance report. You don't actually need a police officer there. You just need someone to write a report to submit to insurance. And we've seen another community hire city personnel who are not officers, who do not carry guns, to just be report writers. And that unburdens the police and frees them up to respond to calls where they're actually needed. So one of the areas where we've seen West Hollywood pursue that is in mental health response. So West Hollywood has stood up a mental health response team. We were not able to tell in our data which calls would have been responded to by them, and our data might predate when that team was established. But the fact that that is moving forward is really positive. We've seen other programs like that throughout the country with really positive and effective results. What we were able to see in our data is 641 events had explicit indicators that they involved someone undergoing a mental health crisis. So this speaks to the need for that type of service in your community. So as I said at the beginning, we really want to commend the city and the department for partnering with us and pursuing this. And I'm going to let Sean speak now to what are the next steps in this partnership.
So, thank you, Matt. Before we talk about next steps, I do understand there was a lot of information. It's a lot to take in. If you look in the top right-hand corner, and especially anyone in the audience, in the top right-hand corner, we have a QR code that will take you directly to West Hollywood's Justice Navigator report, and it will remain in the top right-hand corner for the remainder of this presentation. So as we talk about next steps, I want you all to understand that tonight, receiving your Justice Navigator findings is only the beginning. This is the foundational piece to begin the process of transparency and accountability and to work towards solutions that will improve equity in policing and disparate systems as a whole. So first, we will continue working along with the Sheriff's Department and the city as we take a deeper dive into the disparities and work towards solutions. We do not believe in completing these assessments and leaving you alone to figure this all out on your own. This is a partnership every step of the way, and we will work with the community and the Sheriff's Department to develop a framework to make policing more equitable and safe. I also like to add that because of this wonderful partnership here that was built in West Hollywood, the work we are doing is now spanning across all of LA County. We will be working with the Sheriff's Department to identify disparities and use these insights to shape data-driven solutions in order to address racial inequities in policing practices countywide now. So here in WeHo, we'll begin with what we call harm reduction products, or HARP as we call it. The idea with HARP is to work with your law enforcement agency and the community they serve in order to work together to overcome and resolve issues of systematic racism, inequitable policing, and burdensome public safety practices. Now, some of you may hear the term harm reduction, and you may have an idea or thought of what you think that may mean. But at CPE, we want to redefine what harm reduction means. As we have witnessed incident after incident across the country and even right here in LA County, there are times when law enforcement brings harm to the community. So we do view police as a possibility of potential harm being brought on a community, and we want to work with law enforcement and community alike in order to reduce that harm. So when you hear us speak of harm reduction, we are defining it as reducing harm brought on by law enforcement through its policies, patterns, and inequitable systematic practices. So all of that will start with what we call a Span Justice Navigator worksheet. So simply put, this worksheet will consolidate all the information from your findings, and we'll use a line of questioning that can be that is outlined in every Justice Navigator assessment. Those questions, along with the data, can help identify starting points to look at in order to begin working on solutions. Then we will go into what we call a disparity investigation guide. So this is a customized next step to discover the sources of inequity. The findings from the Justice Navigator assessment can point to specific issues, like here in WeHo, your search rate that Matt just spoke of. We can use that guide to take a deeper look at why is that search rate higher. But the cool thing we like to point out about HARP is that data is only part of the story. Once we've taken that deeper dive, we really want community feedback to tell us the community's view. This could look like community surveys, this could look like focus groups, but we understand that yes, data could be improving, but the community may say that it's causing other effects or that we need to look at certain things. So this is why we want the community and law enforcement working together so we can get the whole picture and be able to monitor those outcomes. And so let's bring this full circle. There's been a lot of information, but as we look to reduce disparities, there are key actions we must take in order to do this work. So first, we must improve data collection nationwide. Here in California, the state has taken those steps with the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, or RIPA, which mandates law enforcement agencies to collect and report perceived demographic and other related details. So the Sheriff Department did become RIPA compliant beginning July 1st of 2018. Next, we do want to investigate the results. That's what tonight did, and that's the work we'll continue to do. And then we have to partner with community. Community is who is impacted. This is who law enforcement is supposed to protect and serve, and not just part of the community or some of that community, but all of the community. And Black people and members of the LGBTQ+ community deserve to feel safe, and they deserve to be treated equally, and they need to be able to have a voice. And law enforcement cannot have meaningful change without partnering with the people directly impacted. And then finally, we would like to measure and monitor. We keep the cycle going, we keep making improvements, and we keep making impact that facilitates change. The hope is West Hollywood compares itself to West Hollywood, and we continue to make incremental impact and changes, and the goal would be to come back down the road and look at new data and see that you are making improvements and you do have more equitable policing practices for Black people and the entire community of West Hollywood. But let me turn it over now to Sierra Edmondson, who will wrap us up. She'll talk more about community engagement and CPE resources.
Thank you, Sean. My name is Sierra Edmondson, and I'm a community engagement coordinator here at the Center for Policing Equity. So as Sean said, I'm going to speak to some of the resources that we have alongside the Justice Navigator. I'm also going to speak to opportunities for community engagement. But before I get into that, I really just want to make sure you guys understand how the Justice Navigator can be a tool for you all. So first and foremost, we hope that this report can be validating to people of color in this community and anyone who may have experienced inequitable public safety. We hear you, we see you, and we're here to work collaboratively with you to uplift your vision of what public safety should look and feel like in West Hollywood. So we hope that this report is used to assess solutions and that it sparks conversations about potential targeted interventions, new programs that could be stood up, and opportunities for community to lead public safety initiatives. Here we recognize that public safety works best when community is involved and we have diverse perspectives. So we hope that you guys all can use this to really redesign your public safety system to better work for all people that come into West Hollywood, whether they live here or not. So I'm going to speak to our policy resources now. These policy resources are kind of a great pair alongside your Justice Navigator. So to date, we've released 3 policy white papers. They're on traffic safety, mental health, and K-12 school safety. So these white papers, they outline best practices and evidence-based strategies for redesigning public safety, and they uplift programs around the country that use community alternatives and are seeking to reduce community interactions with the police. So for example, we saw the disparities in traffic stops. You all could look to our traffic safety white paper to look at our policy recommendations that are at the police department level, but also at the local and state level. Same thing with mental health. You can look to this resource to look more at mobile crisis response and how programs like 988 can be better utilized to support community members that may be in crisis. So we invite you all to take a look at these resources on our website. Skipped a slide there. So of course, community engagement at the Center for Policing Equity is our North Star. And that's why we work collaboratively with community, law enforcement, elected officials to empower community and to make sure that public safety systems are really driven by community members and those that are most impacted by inequitable public safety. So in order to do that, we've recently launched Community Up, and Community Up is a space where community members can come together, and we offer resources that support community advocacy efforts. So our first resource that we've released is the Mental Health Alternative First Response Community Roadmap. And this guide is a step-by-step advocacy tool that community members can use to stand up mobile crisis response teams and more programs centered around care and that kind of divert from punishment and the typical kind of systems that we're used to address people that may be in crisis. So as I keep emphasizing, community is important to us. Through this process, we've gotten the chance to connect with some amazing community members and community-based organizations that are serving you all. We got to meet with LA LGBT Center, Ascensia Homeless Services, we visited the Connie Norman Center, and a bunch of other places, but this work is really just beginning, and it's at this point in the process where public engagement, public comment is the most important. We want the way that we address these disparities to be guided by community, and we know that the city, Captain Mulder, can't do this work without you all. So we really invite you all to email us, set up a call with us virtually. We'll also be hosting a community roundtable, which is just an opportunity to dive deeper into the disparities and the work that you all would like to see going forward. So we invite you all to join us on Wednesday at 6 p.m. at the Aquatics and Recreation Center. We'll also all be available after this report to answer any questions. But before I close, I just want to invite you all again to scan the QR code at the top of the screen to check out the Justice Navigator and take some time to sit with it. And I also want to invite you guys to scan the other QR code to RSV to our community roundtable. So with that, I thank you all for letting us speak to you. And community, we're here to support you, so please get connected with us. And I will pass it back to Sean at this time.
So before we turn it over for questions, I would like to point out, so in the audience, we have many members from our Center for Policing Equity team. Wave your hands. There you go. We will be staying around for the entire duration of this session. So if anyone may not feel comfortable giving a public comment or a public question, please feel free to come up to any of us and ask any question that you have. But from that, we thank you all once again, and I will turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Really excellent work, and appreciate the report. I want to thank our, first of all, Councilmember Meister and former Councilmember John D'Amico, who brought this forward. And it's been a long time, and this is an incredible night to get your report. Really appreciate it. And also thank you to our city manager and Community Safety Director Danny Rivas and Captain Mulder and the Sheriff's Department for really working in partnership, as well as all of the public safety commissioners that have been involved from the beginning to now and that are here this evening. We're going to go ahead at this time and move to questions from the Public Safety Commission and then the City Council. I'm going to ask the Public Safety Commissioners to go ahead and make sure your mic is on when and if you're speaking. And at this time, do any of you have any questions? Chair Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I've had several conversations with this amazing organization. I am somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't a lot of this be common sense in how people should be equally treated? You know, as a Black man, 61 years old, I've always had to be on guard. However, why should I be on guard compared to a white male? Why am I treated differently than a white male? I have been stopped while driving while Black. It's happened in this city many years ago. So, as great as this is, and as much as I commend the city for working with you, this should be something that law enforcement should be doing already. This should be part of training that we are all the same. However, we know we're not. So, why do you think that is?
I'll start, and then I'll pass it off to my colleague Matt, who may give a better scientific answer. But Mr. Hallman, you and I have had conversations prior, and I think we both have an understanding, and this is more of a call out to some of the historical context that this country just hasn't addressed nationwide. And it's not West Hollywood specific, this is nationwide. I grew up in a small town in Kentucky, and it happens to be the birthplace of Jefferson Davis. And that's where I'm from. And so a lot of what has pushed me into this work is because of the historical context that policing has been used in this country, particularly to tear down Black men. And so it's not there yet, but there's organizations like ours, there's organizations across the country that are fighting and trying to get it there. And I know you are as well, Ty. And we're gonna keep fighting to get it there. And my hope and my goals is that my children, my son, my two daughters, can see a society where just because they're Black or just because my daughter has an afro, we don't have to worry about, oh man, she needs to tone down her Blackness. And so to you, Mr. Hallman, let's keep fighting. Let's keep doing this work together, sir.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This should be common sense. We are nowhere near where we should be as a society. Why is our engagement necessary? I think some leaders may need to see scientific data and data that is and data and analyses that are independent of the police. They need an independent third party to come in to show them exactly what is going on and what to look at and how to analyze this data. And they also, maybe need fresh ideas in terms of what interventions can help. And why haven't there been other organizations doing this years ago? I don't know, but that's where we're at. We have the scientific expertise to do this. We have the policy expertise to help ameliorate the disparities that we find. So I totally hear you and agree with you. But we are now seeing communities across the country asking for our help and trying to do this work. And so I wish it had been years ago, but we're here now, and we just have to do as much as we can, as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrison.
You've referred to data. Thank you all very much, first and foremost. You referred to data a lot. I think you acknowledge that we have a population that is in flux, especially on the weekends. I'm curious, have you had other cities where that's been a factor in your work? If so, how have you addressed it? How critical do you think it is? I believe you said if it were 10%, it really wouldn't affect the data. Is 25% a threshold? What is that threshold of data, and how important is that into this work and future work that you're proposing?
Yeah, pretty much every community we work with has something unique. So maybe, they're a college town and they have a bunch of people coming in for football games, or, one community we worked with had a large shopping center that people came in for. So we deal with this all the time. And we acknowledge that the population comparison it's imperfect. We wish there was something better. The other alternatives that have been proposed, we think, are inferior. Some of them include their own racial biases. And so we use it as the best measure available, but whenever we present publicly, we make it a point to say, this is the resident population, and we need the local context, we need your knowledge to know, what does the community actually look like on a weekend? How much does it change? And there's no real threshold for, at what point does that affect our results? Because here we're not including the population in the analysis. We're just putting them side by side. We're saying, here's the percentage of Black people that made up the use of force, and here's the resident population, just for comparison. And maybe it is that, with all the people coming to town and through town, maybe the population of people that police could interact with here at any given time is 25% Black. If that's true, then maybe you don't have much of a disparity. I don't know. That's for you to decide. And so we present the only measure that is available and at least somewhat valid. And we recognize its shortcomings, and we try to be very upfront about those. But that's where we really need to rely on you folks to make those judgments for yourselves.
Commissioner Aramian.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and I first want to thank the CPE for your amazing presentation today. It was very knowledgeable. And I have a question. As a gay Armenian living in West Hollywood, shaved head, I have been pulled over as an Armenian with a shaved head more times than I've been pulled over if I let my hair grow. And my question is it because, is it training that needs to be done? Is it just because of the way we look? What is being the targeted factor of being pulled over as an Armenian, as a shaved head person who's balding, rather than an Armenian who has a full head of hair? And I feel like, unfortunately, our society judges people by their looks. So I think that's another factor we need to address. Maybe if it's training or whatnot, but we shouldn't judge people by how they look or how they dress. Just because I'm a shaved head doesn't mean I'm a gang member or have any affiliation of that. But it's unfortunate that our society thinks that way. So I wanted to know if the CPE have seen stuff with, the way you're dressed, your hair, and stuff like that, if you guys have any input on that.
I haven't seen any research on that per se. And, you know, there's a lot of different trainings out there, implicit bias training, things like that. The research on the effectiveness of those is really mixed. And that's why we don't really talk about those. We talk about policy interventions. That's why we talk about not pulling over people for really low, broken taillight or an expired license. You can make a record of that and mail them a ticket. And that removes the possibility of that encounter escalating to force. It reduces disparities in the stop rate. So we really look for those policy interventions because we just don't know which trainings are effective, if any. And so I can't really speak directly to your question, sorry.
Commissioner Nickel, you had
Thank
your
you,
hand.
Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. I do have a number of questions, and I will say, as a white man, it's a little uncomfortable to have to go through some of these, but you all addressed the LGBTQ community, so as a gay man, I can certainly understand my community historically also has had a problem with the police. Stonewall was an uprising because of the police. So I've spoken in this chamber before that my belief that our police in West Hollywood have made great strides for my community over the years. It is not the same police force as it was when West Hollywood was founded almost 40 years ago, when gay men were subjected to entrapment even. And that work has been done by elected officials and appointed officials and community activists. So if we can narrow the gaps when it comes to race, I am completely behind it, but I do have questions about your methodology. When I knew that we were going to have this presentation before the results for West Hollywood were available, I went and read some of the other cities that you had done assessments for as well. And I was hoping that you would not use population benchmarking for West Hollywood because it seems flawed to me. Especially flawed for West Hollywood because, as you acknowledge, we are a city that thrives on people visiting us. We're also a city that just has a lot of people driving through it because we have Fountain, we have Sunset, we have Santa Monica, and we're between a bunch of other cities. So if it were to make sense to me, you would either only have to count incidents of people who were stopped or subjected to force who were residents. Then you're comparing apples to apples. Or you have to somehow know the exact composition and number of who is within the city borders at the moment of those interactions, which is impossible. So, could you speak to that, please?
Yes, certainly. And as I said, we recognize that it is not an ideal measure. It doesn't come close to approximating the demographics of your population at any given time. So we present it because it is the available measure, and we need a benchmark, right? If we just showed the percentage of the population, the percentage of each racial group who had force used on them, so 28% of people who had force used on them were black, what does that mean? Is that good? Is that bad? What would progress look like, right? And so we need something to compare to. And the population benchmark has its flaws, but there's no better alternative that we know of at the moment, at least not one that's widely available. There's some research that's being done on things like traffic cams or no-fault accidents based on the assumption that anyone has an equal likelihood of being in a no-fault accident at any given time. That's that maybe rests on a bit of a faulty assumption. So we are following the science and trying to see when and if there are better options that become available. In the meantime, even if you decide that analysis is illegitimate and you don't want to pay attention to it, that's reasonable. Reasonable people can disagree about this. That's fine. If you look at the other analyses here, we see that black people are searched 5 times more often than white people. We see black people are stopped for low-level offenses more often. So everything else in the report basically lends credence to the idea that there are racial disparities here. We don't really get hung up on the level of the disparity. We don't need an exact number. What we want to do is convey that there are racial disparities here. Let's start working on them.
And you do acknowledge those flaws when it comes to vehicle stops. You actually say, unlike CPE's analyses of the use of force incidents and non-traffic stops, this analysis does not directly compare traffic stops to local demographics because the driving population is more likely to include commuters and other non-residents whose racial makeup may differ from local census data. So how does that not apply to everything? You would have to assume that for non-traffic stops that people didn't just walk across the border or they didn't take an e-scooter.
Yeah, that's fair. The assumption is that people who are walking around town are more likely to live there. That may not, you may not agree with that assumption. And that,
People come from all over the world to come to West Hollywood. So no, I don't agree with that, but I understand what you're saying.
Exactly, yes.
So the other thing, when it comes to vehicle stops, you talk about low-level offenses and how it's important to try to lower the interaction between police and the population so that maybe we shouldn't make traffic stops for things like expired license. Well, actually, on July 27th of this year, deputies from the EPT team conducted a traffic stop because they ran a license plate and they found that the driver of that car had an expired license. So they stopped the car. Sorry, my eyes aren't very good. So when they stopped the car, during the investigations, deputies found a loaded gun, 2 black ski masks, narcotics, and cash. 2 of the males were prior felons. One of the felons had a warrant for robbery from San Bernardino. All 4 males were arrested for reasonable cause robbery and additional charges. If we had just decided to dispense with pulling people over because of these low-level offenses, what would have happened? Do you think that these people were here just visiting West Hollywood just to say hello with guns, narcotics, and ski masks? This is a scary thing because this is what our neighborhood is dealing with. It is dealing with residents and visitors having guns stuck in their face and robbed for their cell phones, for their wallets. It's unreasonable. And I know that this is one of the things that a lot of people who want to defund the police say, is that the police only show up when there's something wrong, that the police don't stop crime, that the police are not a deterrent. This shows right here, this is just one incident that I happened to hear about.
Commissioner Nichols?
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're asking questions right now.
Okay.
I don't want it to get into comment. We'll have that coming up later.
Excellent. So,
thank you.
And you understand my objections to just doing away with that. By the way, I don't know the racial makeup of the people that were stopped. I don't care. They were here to do my community harm. I'd rather that the police got them. That's just me. The one thing I would also like to just ask about is, so you did an assessment for Ithaca, New York. If we could talk about that a little bit. In Ithaca, New York, you were called in to do an assessment. And the problem was that the co-founder and CEO of your organization told the mayor that they did not require a police force, period. Could you talk about that at all?
So, like I stated earlier, our job here today is to compare West Hollywood to West Hollywood. And so, Ithaca, New York, that's a different city, different coast, different demographics, way different. So, we don't want to bring that into the work that we're doing tonight. Tonight, the focus is West Hollywood and the residents here.
I just want to make sure that we're not bringing an agenda. Because actually the demographics, believe it or not, on either side of the country, they're sort of similar. They're small progressive cities that said, hey, there is a perceived problem and we want to do something about it. So they reached out to you and they tried to do something about it. I actually spoke with Cynthia Brock, who was an older person there, who brought an ethics complaint to the county over this entire situation. The mayor resigned. I would encourage our local press to dig into this and see what happened and do some stories on it. I really, really would, because it is relevant. Thank you.
Commissioner Freeberg.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this evening, all of you as well in the audience. I wanted to ask about 90% of the time they searched for contraband but didn't find anything. Were you able to see if it was certain deputies doing this?
We did not look into that yet. So that is something that we could look into in the next phase of our partnership.
Okay, so that's information that you can get.
I don't want to say 100%, but it's likely.
Okay. And is it safe to say that this is happening year after year? That they're searching and not finding anything and then they continue to search?
Yeah, our data was 2018 through 21, and it was fairly consistent over that time period.
Okay. So then is it safe to say that the Sheriff's Department knows this is happening but still keeps doing it? You don't have to answer. Thank you.
Commissioner Blau.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions about the process that you went through, actually. Could you walk me through how you went about getting access to the data from the Sheriff's Department? Any kind of pre-organization, or what the data looked like when it was given to you versus what it was necessary to be in when you started analyzing it and putting together the graphs?
So we have a standard data collection process. We have a group of employees, data acquisition specialists, whose sole job is to work with the department to see what their data looks like, to determine whether it meets our criteria, because we do have some fairly strict criteria, determining whether we will analyze it or which analyses we'll provide. That data acquisition specialist is not here tonight. So we could definitely get you a detailed response to that following up.
Thank you, yeah. In terms of each individual incident, and it goes back to what my fellow commissioner was asking, what information, what parameters, what attributes of each incident are you typically getting?
So we ask for the, what we call variables, that are relevant to our analyses. So subject demographics, age, the outcome of the stop, the reason for the stop, for use of force, type of force used, incident location. Sometimes we do some geospatial analyses. So yeah, all the data that informs the analyses we see here.
Do you get any data on like the date or the time of the incident?
Yes.
When you looked at this data, did that have any significance?
I don't believe we saw any significant fluctuations by date. Mm-hmm. We did not look at time of day, okay. But again, that's something that we could follow up on if that is something that's of interest.
Okay, thank you. In terms of this data that you've gotten or that you're going to continue doing more analyses on, is this shared? Is this made available? I didn't find it on the Justice Navigator to look behind the numbers, to actually look at the actual numbers and perform my own kind of like pivots. Is that something that is possible to be shared or planned to be shared for the sake of peer review?
Our agreements with the police department, the sheriff's department in this scenario, don't allow us to share the data. You would have to ask the sheriff's department itself for that data.
Captain Mulder, do you know how much review of the data collected and of these findings beforehand the sheriff's department has done? Or is this kind of the first time as well that anyone within the department has seen these findings?
On the Sheriff's Department, we have quite a few different types of reviews we do in general, and I could sit here for an hour going through all of them. But with use of force, there's so a use of force occurs, the sergeant in the field reviews it, it goes to a lieutenant who reviews it, goes to our operations sergeant who reviews it, goes to the operations lieutenant who reviews it, goes to me, I review it, goes to our commander, our division who reviews it. Sometimes it'll go to the chief to review it, and other times it'll go beyond that to a panel of commanders that will review the entire incident to look at training, to look at conduct, to look at policy, and just a variety of things. So that's one use of force that can go, it will at least go to a commander in the division. So and kind of extrapolating that out, in terms of what we look at, we also have many different processes put in place to look at use of force. If somebody has in 2 years 10 uses of force, then they're generally put on a performance mentoring program. That's not saying that the force wasn't good. They could be all good forces. But then we start seeing trends with numbers, and then we take action on those to make sure there's not a problem occurring. So. And those are just a couple of things. Again, I could sit here for like an hour and bore everybody with all the things we do, but we have a lot of different analyses we do to determine what's going on with our members, what they're doing, not only in use of force, but in some of these other areas too.
Thank you. And does West Hollywood collect gender identification or sexual orientation information as part of these incidents?
So it depends. So generally when we stop somebody in the public on a traffic stop or contact them as a pet or whatever, we're not going to ask what's your sexual preference. We don't ask those questions to the public. But I was, a matter of fact, they spoke about it earlier, RIPA, AB 953, Assembly Bill 953, which is the Racial Identity Profiling Act here in California, asks that we start collecting certain information like perceptions, deputies' perceptions. There's like 7 categories of perception: race, gender, sexual orientation during stops, whether they be a pedestrian stop or a vehicle stop. And as a matter of fact, I was the program manager for the RIPA process, creating SACR, which is the system that we use to collect that information. Again, program manager, I'm Bill Mulder, not Bill Gates, so I had no understanding of the computer part of it, but we brought in all the smart people from our department to do that so we could properly collect that information. So we collect perception information, what the deputies perceive of the person they stop, but that might not be the factual information. All those perceptions might not be accurate, but they wanted to see what perceptions the deputies had during a stop, and then what happened as a result. So, as a matter of fact, I was just looking the other day at the 2023 report for RIPA. Every year, RIPA comes out with a report for all of California and looks at a lot of the same similar things CPE is also looking at. So, in our department, we have quite a large machine that does different things to make sure that what we're giving to our community is the right thing.
All right, thank you. Back to Sean and Matt. Just 2 more questions for you. Qualitatively speaking, just so we can better understand, because this is our first data point, and as you talk about, this is we're gonna want to ultimately compare ourselves to look at our continual improvement. Qualitatively, though, how do the results we're seeing today compare? I know that's a tough question.
We generally don't compare jurisdictions to each other because each jurisdiction is so different, right? What's another city that's like West Hollywood, right? You talk about how unique it is with the the cultural epicenter, and so we really shy away from that. I would say the results are generally in line with what we see around the country.
Okay, thank you. And what are the next steps that you talked about, additional analyses? I'm not familiar with what the next phases might look like.
So yes, that will be a little more bespoke product. So we'll take the data we saw the Justice Navigator, and we'll use that to kind of pinpoint some things. So like use of force is something we clearly can start with, and the search and the hit rates is something we can clearly start with. And so we can take that and try to figure out what a root cause to some of that is. Some of that's going to be getting community feedback. Some of that is digging deeper into the data that we have and working with the sheriff's department to try to pinpoint, like, why is this happening? And so that is kind of the immediate next steps for us.
Okay, thank you. And is that next phase as well something that you would charge the city for based on how we want to bespoke our analysis?
Do not charge you for that, no, sir.
Great. Well, thank you all three. I appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to move to my colleagues, starting with Councilmember Meister. Do you have questions?
I just have two questions. Most of what I have are comments, but which I won't bring up now. Under use of force in the Justice Navigator, it says comparing force incident rates that there were too few census tracts to conduct analysis. Could you explain that?
Yeah, so that analysis uses what's called a regression analysis. So it's a more complex statistical analysis. And the purpose there is to control for neighborhood crime rates, neighborhood poverty rates, and the percentage of black residents in a given neighborhood, because those are common explanations for disparities. In order to conduct that analysis, we need enough census tracts so there's actually variation in those factors, right? And so if you have 3 neighborhoods, there might not be much variation in the percentage of poverty or the crime rate. And so we require, I forget if it's 10 or 15 census tracts in order to run that analysis. So that was nothing about West Hollywood's data quality. It was just, we can't perform that analysis because it's not appropriate based on the size of the city.
How many census tracts do we have?
You have 3, I believe.
We only have 3,
Yeah.
and could that also be because of the low percentage of African American population? Does that also create? Is that part of the equation as well, or?
No, it's just census tracts. So census tracts are defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. Each tract has, I think, between 2,000 and 8,000 people. And so it's just purely based on the number of residents you have. So if you had, 15 or 20 census tracts, even with the low black population, we would still be able to perform that analysis.
Okay, and then in the area that you have in the Navigator tool called the calls for service and the officer initiated activity, you say that there's a mismatch in the areas, the same for enforcement events versus density of officer initiated. But when I look at those 2 maps, even though one map may have more things happening, the proportion seems to be the same when you look at the areas. So I'm trying to understand what the mismatch is.
There we go, sorry. I believe what we're saying there is if the number of incidents is particularly high in a given area, there may be a mismatch. If I'm recalling and understanding the analysis that you're referring to, basically what we're looking at in that analysis is we're looking at, are there particular neighborhoods where there is considerably more officer-initiated activity relative to the number of calls for service? So are officers initiating more activity in certain areas than others?
And if I look at the map that says public order concerns, nuisances, and suspicious behavior, I see that the strongest concentration is in the western part of the city, south of Santa Monica Boulevard. And if I go to the density of officer-initiated activities relative to calls for service, again, the western part of the city south of Santa Monica Boulevard. So I'm just trying to understand why you would say that there's a mismatch.
Sure. So those maps are actually not meant to be compared to each other. So one map is meant to show where in your jurisdiction are the higher concentrations of public order concerns, nuisances. Those are lower level enforcement. That's the things like noise complaints or animal complaints, things that are more lifestyle offenses. And so we're looking more there at are there areas of the city where those are concentrated? Just to give you information, maybe you think that they are concentrated where they ought to be. Maybe you think that having a higher proportion of those in particular neighborhoods is fine. Or maybe, as a community, you think these should be fairly even across the jurisdiction. That's a call for you to make. We don't really have any prescription there.
Okay, well, since it's our commercial district, our Rainbow District, and we have a lot of activity there every night and on weekends, it sort of makes sense that both are concentrated there. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all so much for your partnership in this tremendous report. I have a quick question. I understand that this was the first of its kind MOU wherein 3 agencies were at the table. Could you speak to some of the challenges or takeaways that were unique to that being a part of this?
Yes, so I wouldn't say it was challenges. I actually think that having the city manager involved and having Danny involved and kind of being able to see the collaboration between the 3 with Captain Mulder, that was very useful and very helpful. And I think it would be something going further in the future that these partnerships shouldn't solely be with law enforcement agencies, but we should think about having the city manager or a mayor or someone from the city government really involved in what's going on with this report. And I also think it helps with understanding. Often, everyone hears the term kind of talking cop, right? And it can seem like it's Latin at times. So, and I wouldn't want to speak for David or Danny, but having them in the room to hear the conversations and to really get an understanding of like, oh, this is why this process goes this way and things like that. So I think that this showed us like, hey, this is the right way to do this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for your report, everyone on your team. As I read through all of your material, I think the big takeaway for me is something that isn't surprising, that there are racial disparities in our criminal justice system. They permeate the system even when we have people of good faith and good heart who are trying to do their jobs. This is something that has been documented in lots of different areas and different systems. I do have some problems with the methodology, going back to what George was referring to in terms of traffic stops, for instance. Is my time up already? Traffic stops, for instance, you said there's no other really reliable comparison other than residents. Have you thought about using, I don't know, car ownership by race or driver's licenses by race in LA County? I think that might capture the high number of commuters that we have going through West Hollywood that are not West Hollywood residents. So maybe that's something that in the future you could look at as a way of getting away from comparing residents to commuters driving through or people driving through. The other concern I wanted to raise, and I'd like to hear your response, and it goes back to Joy's questions about, and your comments as well, about the validity of searches, that things were only found, or contraband was only found in 10 to 15% of the searches. But that isn't the standard for determining whether a search is valid. The standard for determining whether a search is valid isn't based on what is found. I mean, we wouldn't say a search is valid because the police found contraband. We would say it was valid because they had probable cause for the search or a valid exception to the warrant requirement. So I'm a little bit concerned that there's this conclusion that there's some kind of wrongdoing because so many of the searches don't discover contraband. I would imagine that many of those searches are consent-based searches where people have no problem with the police searching, or they feel that it's in their best interest to simply cooperate and consent to a search. So I'm a little bit concerned that there are implications and conclusions being drawn that these searches are not valid, and there's no reference to the constitutional standard for validity. And that standard is probable cause or a warrant, and probable cause or an exception. So I would like to hear your response to that.
Yeah, you're right. So the probable cause for initiating, the standard for initiating a search is probable cause. But this struck us as particularly low because most jurisdictions we see, the yield rate is 25, 30, 40%. And so what's going on here that the contraband found rate is so low? It's something that we want to dig into. As far as consent searches, there's research showing that Black people are less likely to refuse a search when asked. And so there is potentially some racial bias there, that they don't feel that they can say no. And so there's a lot to consider there.
Well, and I think there's also the sort of instruction from parents and community leaders: cooperate with the police, you don't want to escalate things. I've talked to a lot of people who say that as well. And of course there's bias in that as well.
Yes.
So, and then the other issue that I kind of had with the study in terms of stops, there's really no reference here to what was the justification. There's the disparity that's shown, but you know, some of the stops may very well be justified by a legitimate law enforcement reason. So how would we be able to dig into that and determine whether some of these disparities are the results of either behavior or actions that lead police to the constitutional standard for stopping people?
Yeah, so we'll have to do a deeper dive. We'll have to look at the actual reason for the search, see if there's anything going on there. And maybe it would require more of a qualitative dive. Maybe we have to review some narratives from police reports. I'm not entirely sure what that looks like yet. We haven't designed that next stage of the work, but there are certainly avenues that we can pursue.
And then I guess my final question is, how do we sort of unravel from this report? We know that poverty is linked to victimization levels, higher levels of criminal activity, usually higher levels of gang activity. And unfortunately, the reality is in LA County, poverty falls disproportionately on people of color. So how do we unravel those aspects of the disparities that you're reporting? How much of that is attributable to the way poverty impacts people disproportionately in LA County?
So we can't say for certain what portion is attributable to those factors, but we don't necessarily think they should be entirely disentangled. Which is to say, we think that the efforts to reduce these disparities should involve public health experts, whatever community health resources you have in your city. We should be working with poverty outreach, any other organizations or government bureaus that interact with those factors should be brought into this process, because those absolutely contribute to the disparities that we see.
Of course, that leads to another follow-up question, that some of the people who may be engaging in criminal behavior, not all of them, but some, are not our residents, and they're not going to be reached by our social services or by our anti-poverty actions that are focused on people in West Hollywood. So that presents another problem for all of us as policymakers.
Yeah, and as Sean mentioned, we're going to be expanding our partnership to work with the entirety of LA County.
Yeah.
Of course, that still doesn't include the city, but that will affect a lot more of the LA population. So.
Thank you. Thank you again to your whole team for this.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. Very thorough presentation. I have a few questions. Danny, from 2018 to 2021, what were the number of deputies at our station? Do you remember I was trying to find it, and you can go back and look in whatever staff report you need to, but was wondering that because it plays in to two questions. One, which was inspired by Commissioner Freeberg, thank you very much for, I think, a very poignant question, was I would like to know if we have the number of deputy turnover at our station. From what I always hear from Captain Mulder, hello, nice to see you. People love working at our WeHo Sheriff Station, so I would assume, but we want to use data, our turnover rate would be low. And that leads me to the secondary question of, is it the same deputies? Are we allowed to look at who is actually making a significant amount of these arrests? This is really only, around 3.5, 4 years of data that we're looking at. So theoretically, if turnover is really low at our station, I'm guessing we have the same number of deputies. I know we call in some here and there and overtime and everything like that. But those are two questions I would like to kind of know what that is. And if you don't have that data right now, it's totally understandable. But I think it would be something worth exploring with our Public Safety Commission. So I think that is actually a crux of what the point is that we're trying to explore here. That if it is the same amount of deputies that are always at our station, and there's a high probability of multiple things that you've reported on, is that employee intervention from a sheriff's department angle with training and increased attention to racial biases, LGBTQ identities, stuff like that? I think that's a point that's being led down a path that we should explore. So those are questions that are mostly statements, but you can take those questions forth and maybe approach it with the commission later.
I do have the number.
Oh, great, thank you.
So we had 63 in 2018, 62 in 2019, 63 in 2020, and then we dropped down to 60 in 2021 after COVID hit.
Yeah, and obviously 2020 and 2021, COVID plays into a factor with any statistical data. So if whatever and however we could find out that information about turnover at the station, to the best that you can statistically put it, would be helpful. What other cities do you work with? I know you are expanding to LA County, but what other cities in LA County, I can't remember off the top of my head, that you've worked with or are in the process of working with?
So if you go to the Justice Navigator website, you can see cities that we do have public partnerships with, like San Diego City and County out here on the West Coast. But prior to the Justice Navigator, many of our partnerships had a MOU where unless that city made it public, we couldn't go public either. So it's hard for us to speak to that. But the public cities, you can go on the Justice Navigator website. You can see who are public at the moment.
Thank you. Have you found any differences with cities in terms of the data that you have with cities that have their own police departments versus contractual cities like LASD? For example, I couch this question by stating that in West Hollywood, we contract with the sheriffs and we have, and I think is actually in the staff report itself, very to little control over how LASD is run, but we work in partnership with our station to the best that we can. However, cities like Beverly Hills, which have their own police department, the police chief is very, what's the right word, influenced to do what the council would deem, because that's their job, literally and on the line. Have you found any differences with cities in that way, or do you not have enough data to make a statement on that?
Yeah, to date, we have worked with municipalities and we have worked with entire counties. As far as I know, this is the first time we've analyzed a, contractual city that contracts for the county. So I can't really speak to that.
No worries, thank you. Mulder, do we know Captain Mulder, do we know the racial makeup of our sheriff's station? I know we were talking about that, but I would be interested to see if that data would influence anything.
Yeah, we do it. It is in the report, the CPE report. They do break down the racial breakdown of West Hollywood Station. That was at that time. I don't know what date exactly is on there. So it and that fluctuates a little bit. But like as you just mentioned, a lot of people do come here and stay here, so it probably wouldn't have fluctuated too much. But we could still get today's breakdown for council and commission as well.
Yeah, it would just be great because I think that information for the public helps understand with what we're trying to ascertain here. For example, as I think you could allude to, or maybe try to conjecture, if a police force was 99% white and the racial makeup of the traffic stops are stopping a disproportionate number of Black or Latinx individuals, you might need to have a conversation with your internal force, but that's not a question. And then my last thing about methodology, which I do think is a question regarding population size that is rightfully needed to be criticized. But however, what other types of analyses or statistical models that are widely used that use population data as a benchmark? Can you name any other studies that would be known to the public that would be helpful to show that even though that this is the only data mark that we have that you use, what other types of things use those types of data sets?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, we weren't able to perform the regression analysis. That's the more robust analysis that we would typically use. That analysis is based on a paper by, I believe it's Ridgway, where that's the exact setup he used. As far as a sort of academic discussion of the different types, our CEO and co-founder Phil Goff wrote a paper looking at the different possibilities and potential and different benchmarks that had been used, and basically critiqued all of them, including the population benchmark, but found that there was really there were more promising ones, like I mentioned, the like no-fault traffic accident data or potentially red light camera data, but at least at the time that was published, not enough studies had really used that to corroborate and, again, wrestle with all of the assumptions inherent in that. So,
thank you. And my last question is does leadership of a station, police department, sheriff's department matter? And I'll extrapolate just a little bit more. So, for example, if you have a very hard-on crime type of sheriff's, I'm not classifying Captain Mulder, who I have great respect for. And I think you probably know in this time, 2018 to 2021, WeHo Sheriff Station had 2 captains. We had Captain Ramirez. We went through probably, 3 captains at this time? We have a great one now, so we're good there. But does that matter when it comes down to it? So we have our individual captain, right, who sets a good tone for his deputies and their deputies. But then, for example, at the big level, the main sheriff, it might have been a different story. Does leadership play into statistical analysis? For example, if former Sheriff Villanueva said, pull over everybody, which probably did at one point, does that matter to then how that would be enforced at the local level?
It's not something we were able to include in our statistical models. I guess we weren't able to perform the sort of robust statistical model for West Hollywood, but it's not something that we considered in the data. Does it matter? I imagine so. Sean, can you speak to that?
So I'll say that leadership in a department does set a tone for that department, but particularly with sheriff's departments, they're a little bit different than a municipality because the sheriff is an elected position. So the leadership does matter, but essentially the voters have the opportunity to set the tone with elections, and you can change the tone, and you might have someone who's hard on policing, and the next might not be hard on policing at all. So within here in LA County, voters really have the power to set the tone to what type of policing they get from the sheriff department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem asked about the deputy demographics, and I found that in the report. It's 54% Latino, 32% white, 7.5% Black, and 5.3% Asian, and 1.5% other.
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. You have a community engagement meeting on Wednesday. Are there any more planned after Wednesday?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Absolutely. So following the event Wednesday, we'll be back in our respective locations, of course, but we also want to take the time to hold space virtually for people who couldn't be here today and can't attend Wednesday. So there will be more to come on that, and we'll share that information. But since this work is ongoing and this is just the first phase, community members are free to meet with us, chat with us at any time. So definitely more community events to come.
Thank you. You spoke about doing a further analysis in future years. When exactly would that take place? Is that 2022 to 2025? How does that work?
So not necessarily. So we will really start to look at right now, like you have two main issues with the searching and use of force. And so those will kind of that's the bespoke kind of data that we want to look at, and we want to kind of get to a root cause of that. And so we may decide to come back a year later and, hey, let's look at from 2021 to 2022 or 23, and let's see if what we dug into has made improvements in the disparities from that point. So it really will be a conversation kind of with Captain Mulder and with Danny to determine how we want to look at that and what years we want to look at that.
Thank you. And then the calls for service and officer-initiated activity, you didn't really go through that in your presentation as much, so I just wanted to highlight here percentage of calls for service and officer-initiated activities by event type. I see that you gathered data that there were 104,498 total events between 2017 and 2021, including officer-initiated activities and police response to calls for service. Out of those, 13% involved bodily harm, property harm, or threats. And then the other events involve no report of bodily harm, property harm, or threats. Right? Okay. Excellent. So those are all my questions. And Mayor Pro Tem has 2 more questions.
Thank you. how did you, for statistical purposes, define nuisances and public assistance? So public assistance and nuisance vary from person to person. So how do you use that or set up that as a statistical model?
We have a code book that we use, so it's standardized across cities for what types of calls we categorize as each of those. If you go to the Justice Navigator itself for West Hollywood, the last tab on the far right says Data Notes, and you can scroll down and there's actually a table showing the call type as provided by West Hollywood, and then the category that we labeled it as. So you can actually compare exactly how we transformed that.
I actually have another question. Since we have been creating new ways of having community safety in West Hollywood in the last, since 2020, when you do your next analysis, will you be able to take a more holistic, integrated approach at all, taking into account data from our block-by-block security ambassadors, our WeHo Cares teams, maybe looking at a comparison from the traffic stop data from before we pass the item, making certain traffic stops a low priority versus after. I think that would be really important in future analysis, because now our community safety department as a whole has a lot more of a robust approach. And I haven't read your white paper, but I have a feeling some of the things we've done are things that are in the white paper already. So I'd be interested to know if that is something you can take into account in the future, so we have a really wonderful holistic data.
Yes, and that is the big goal, and that is something we actually had a meeting to talk about. Hey, could we look at what your traffic stops look like prior to your resolution pass, and then what does it look like post? But there's still an understanding that there's other variables that could go into that. So we really would be looking at strictly, did the numbers go up or down? Because we can't account for all the other variables that might have made those numbers drop or go up. But I think those are things that are helpful for a city and for a police department to look at. Are we on the right path at least? Or do we need to tweak some things and continue to come back to the table to make it better?
Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to go ahead and move to public comment on this item. Madam City Clerk, do we have speakers for this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have speakers in chambers as well as Zoom. I will call our first speaker in chambers, A. Lee Walkup, to be followed by Mikey Friedman.
Madam Mayor and members of council, chair and members of the Public Safety Department, I'm concerned about why or how we're doing this in regard to who we are benefiting. Yes, we have a probable, likely, apparent disparity in crime, and we have a sheriff's department that is protecting us, and if we didn't, we'd have another named entity that would protect us. But I'm concerned on how it affects our community. West Hollywood is one of 88 cities in the county of Los Angeles, and we can't be apart from the rest of the county. We are part of that county. We are part of the other cities. I don't think we can look at the body of the population for the entire county area of 11-ish million and say that we as members of a city of 36,000 have all the wisdom. But we have to cure the body. We have to fix the body. And I don't know that we can fix the body and benefit the community, and that community includes senior members who don't go out much anymore. Perhaps because we aren't interested, perhaps because we're concerned about crime on ourselves as individuals. And I think that's what we have to look at in analyzing this problem. The list of techniques and equipment and safety opportunities are not necessarily going to cure the problem. We have to make the city safe for its member communities and sub-communities. And we have to look at the whole body and not just patching of the wounds. And the whole body includes guns. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Our next speaker is Mikey Friedman, to be followed by Jackie Steele.
While this may be a safety meeting about racial profiling and about electronics to fight crime, I came to remind you that people living with disabilities are being profiled too. But rather than profiling us as perps, crimes are of us being ignored. No matter what certain campaign emails say, we are in danger every day from illegal scooter riders, and we are not getting the protection that we need. I learned from the sheriff that this is illegal and dangerous for people to ride on the sidewalk, even at 10 miles an hour. Did Lyman Bird even agree to the 10 miles an hour or to anything else? I have a mantra: never solve your problem by creating a problem for someone else. And that is exactly what people who abandon their scooters in our path are doing. As public servants, you should be trying to prevent that just as vigorously as you're trying to prevent all these other crimes. You shouldn't just be concerned about who pays for ABM services. Now, block by block, the idea of them wearing body cameras is a great idea, but only provided that they cannot turn them off. If they can't, then maybe we won't have a repeat of those little tete-a-tetes that happened when they thought nobody was watching. No word about that either from you. I hope you're not trying to sweep it under the rug. And last, spend less on protecting City Hall and more on protecting the citizens of West Hollywood. By the way, I hope you had a great time in Israel. Shalom Aleichem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. Our next speaker is Jackie Steele, to be followed by Bambi Salcido.
Good evening, and echoed sentiments on accessibility for our folks who need it. After serving on the LGBTQ board and PSC, I'm currently serving on the District Attorney's LGBTQ+ Advisory Board and Sheriff Luna's newly formed LGBTQ+ Advisory Board, which I and others advocated for. We are working on the much-needed LGBTQ training reform and SOGI data collection earlier mentioned. I'm unclear of the questions of resident versus non-resident. I don't care how or why our Black community members or queer Black siblings get here or what their business is in the city. I simply want them to have a safe, enjoyable, and equitable experience. I don't think we've gone far enough here at looking at these traffic stops and racial disparity, such as officers having hands on their weapons during stops with BIPOC community members. We've had repeated complaints about this issue. If policing met constitutional standards in terms of racial disparity, we wouldn't be having this dialogue in the first place, so I'm not sure that's the metric here. Also, why is the focus on residency rather than the performance issues of the contracted vendor of the city? What I'm hearing from select commissioners and council is that it's not our residents and not our issue. This is all of our issue. Talk to the bouncers of trunks and ask how many times racial slurs are hurled at staff and patrons. And I've also heard that the work of equity starts with reports like this, and I do agree. But I also think it actually starts with believing our Black and BIPOC community members then come to these chambers and share their experiences. It starts when city council members receive complaints of racism from a Black woman from their appointee through tears, believing them, reporting the behavior and investigating, all of which happened, none of which was addressed or managed by anyone in a city position. It starts by inviting the one body with BIPOC and mostly Black representation for a seat at this table, which you know is possible because it happened with the sexual assault study. And now we have a mostly non-Black body talking about the safety of Black lives and racial disparity in West Hollywood. It begins with everyone in those seats. It begins with dispelling myths and installing security and belief in our city system, which we don't currently have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Our next speaker is Bambi Salcido, to be followed by Dan Watson.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I rise today on behalf of Devaney Johnson, a Black trans woman who was brutally shot in Ralph's on Western and Hollywood Boulevard. And I want to say that, you know, there are many different models that we can learn from. We don't need more militarized contracts with the sheriffs. We know that the sheriffs is a monster that, with many heads that need to be slayed, and it's not going to happen anytime soon. And so I want to recommend for the city of West Hollywood to really think about adopting your own police department in some ways. But I also want to emphasize the importance of really emphasizing of the needs of the community, what community needs. There are models out there that speak that community responses serve better the community. And when we talk about public safety, we need to talk about the safety of the public, right? Many people have confused police with public safety, and that's not what public safety means. What it means is that the public needs to be safe. And there are models out there that people can adopt. And I want to encourage for the city of West Hollywood to do that. That is community-driven and community solution-focused. I also want to mention Measure J. I think, you know, I was part of the organizing committee to make sure that Measure J passed here in Los Angeles County. And so there's resources there that perhaps the city of West Hollywood can tap into. There are so many different ways that this issue could be addressed, but we need to take in consideration the community first. Thank you so much. My name is Bambi Salcedo, and I rise on behalf of Devaney Johnson.
Thank you, Bambi. Our next speaker is Dan Watson, to be followed by Steve Dunwoody.
Hi. I only found out that this was happening about an hour ago after being at the police station and felt necessary for me to be here. On Saturday night, I witnessed an assault, which is why I was at the West Hollywood police station. But whilst I was there, I met a young African-American boy who was working in West Hollywood, and he was drugged, and his wallet and phone was stolen. But the thing that got me is that this guy was by himself, waiting for 2 hours. No one was sitting by his side. No one was next to him, counseling him. This guy was traumatized, and they are obviously so understaffed that they don't have people that to help someone like this young kid who was at work, finished work, had a drink, found in a ditch by his friends, and now had the bravery to go into a police station, report the crime, and he's sitting there by himself. No one's holding his hand. No one's making him feel safe. And it's not the police's fault. They are clearly understaffed. I have lived in West Hollywood. I'm a resident and a US citizen. I've lived here for a year, and I have not seen one policeman on the main street of West Hollywood walking. Yes, I've seen police in cars. I've never seen anyone walking up and down. It would certainly make me feel a little safer. They don't have to be wearing the normal uniform. But whoever these kids are on bicycles with, that doesn't make me feel safe. Whoever they are, whose ever idea that was, I would feel safer with some police officers, some friendly LGBTQ police officers walking up and down the street and doing something, and at least have some staff. So when a kid walks into a police station who has just been drugged and possession stolen from him, someone might be able to hold his hand and tell him he's okay.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Steve Dunwoody, to be followed by Steve Martin, and that is our last speaker in chambers, and we'll move to Zoom afterwards. Go ahead, Steve. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council and commission. I'm Steve Dunwoody, and also to the folks who've done the work here, thank you. I'm Steve Dunwoody. I'm a veteran, a college educator, and community advocate. I want to thank you for your work and the data that you provided here. I think our job as, the job of public officials is to be able to then take that data and act upon it, not to engage in cognitive dissonance, to dilute one's fragility about the realities of not what's just happening here, but also around the county and country. Just recently, the LA City Controller released a report in which found a huge amount of disparities, which is what has been reflected here, that 29% of black people were stopped in traffic stops when making up only 8% of the county, Latinos 51%, while making up 48% of the county, and whites 29% of stops, while 29% of stops, while making up 16%, making up 29% of the county and 60% of the stops, sorry. And so, public safety, I don't think there's a person in here who does not want us to be safe in the public. I do too. I was nearly the victim of a gun violence incident in my own community of Hollywood, which is ironic because I never had a gun incident when I served in Iraq. But here I had one. So, what needs to happen here is transformative, to transform our public safety, to ensure that we are using money to be able to retrain police officers, to be able to engage in preventing that money into communities, into youth programs, and to other things to prevent certain outcomes, and then to also work to ensure that communities have control of the policing that's happening in these communities. Let's not forget, let's not let the federal government off of the hook. We're here because the federal government has not passed the George Floyd Policing Act. In the meantime, let's act here in this community to make sure that we have more positive outcomes and we don't have these disparities. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Our final speaker in chambers is Steve Martin, and then we will go to speakers in Zoom.
Thank you. And I want to appreciate the presentation. The presentation seemed to fill in a lot of the blanks that wasn't in the report. And I think made it I feel bad because a lot of people didn't come and didn't hear the presentation, but it's a much fuller, rounder approach than you would get just by reading it. So hopefully in the future when we do reports, maybe you take that into account because people aren't going to be here. I have some concerns. I really think, and when we're collecting these stats, we need to know what the contraband was, not so much percentage, but what percentage was guns and what was drugs. I mean, there's a difference between a little bit of ecstasy and an assault weapon. And I think that's obviously a problem. The other is, what are nuisance calls? Because I think that we may have, well, I think we all know we have a problem here in West Hollywood, is that people think that they can call the police for the barking dog, the rowdy neighbor. But on the other hand, how many of those calls are for homeless that are acting out, somebody trying to, I mean, not to pick on homeless people, but homeless people trying to get in your backyard, into your car, etc. And so how do we balance out those and have a better, more nuanced picture so that we can figure out how to calibrate our policing? Now, there has been a lot of talk about the stats, and the stats are important. And I think we need to understand, yes, our community gets a lot bigger. We're over 100, 150,000 visitors on weekends and even during the week. But West Hollywood also needs to be aware that the demographic has changed since I was a kid. Most of the visitors coming in are young people, and the vast majority of young people in LA County are people of color. So we need to make sure that we're welcoming. And I think what Jackie was trying to say, well, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I just want to say that I think that I share concerns that I don't care that the 29% use of force was maybe not against residents of color, but our visitors. And we need to make sure that everyone feels welcome.
Thank you, Steve. We'll now move to Zoom. We have 2 individuals signed up to speak for this item.
Our first speaker in Zoom is Zakiya Wright, to be followed by Wes Sigmiller. Zakiya, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yeah,
afternoon, Council. This is Zakia Wright, resident of West Hollywood. The racial disparities eliminated in this study are not surprising. These disparities are the reason why Black people, Latinx people, and our allies have been marching in the streets protesting police brutality. This study hopefully helps Council do away with any notion that we are all treated the same by police, or that people of color commit more crimes than other racial groups, or even that naive idea that policing of Black people isn't a problem. The truth is, the narrative surrounding police accountability has been swallowed up. So when what we as Black people are asking for is to not be brutalized, aka to be treated like white people who engage in the same conduct. I'm not against police, but I'm against my skin color dictating the harsh treatment that Black and POC people receive from the police. I've been pulled over for an alleged traffic violation a few months back in West Hollywood specifically, in front of West Hollywood City Hall, and both of the police officers approached me with hands on their guns. I'm certain this isn't the experience of most white people, and this is missing from the data. But can any of you relate to the countless interactions that I've had like this and the fear that follows from them? So it is demeaning to me when white commissioners and white councilpersons look at this data and can only point to the flaws in it. I don't think it's perfect, but as Commissioner Hallman pointed out, this information is common knowledge for Black people. And specifically as Council Hallman's comment, why does it matter if a Black person that is unnecessarily pulled over and searched is a resident or a visitor? The fact is, it still happens. Buried in your assumptions about probable cause is belief that if police pulled someone over, they must have had a good reason to do so. But the truth is, and what is implied in this data, is race is reason enough to pull someone over, and that just can't stand. The information in the study shows that racism and implicit bias inform police officers' conduct more than actual commissioned crimes. We are paying our deputies to harass innocent people as opposed to addressing the rising crime many residents are expressing concerns over.
Zakia,
And the thing is,
your 2 minutes are up. If you just want to finish your thought.
Yeah, I think I'll close with just saying that I hope that this information informs Council and it doesn't cause us to go back to business as usual, where we receive and file. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wes Sigmiller. Wes, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Wes Sigmiller. I'm a policy researcher and I'm the co-founder of the Free WeHo Coalition at freeweho.com. So on this report, I strongly agree with the point that we deserve policing reform to be community driven and not from top-down national think tanks. Our grassroots coalition hosted a public forum in December discussing many of these issues, and no one from City Council attended. So why not cut out the expensive middlemen and simply listen to the community? On that note, let me warn again, we all must reject this dystopian surveillance crap in WeHo. For those of us who are paying attention, we're horrified at the steady installation of a digital surveillance state that's being offered up as a prefab solution to manufactured social decay. But the principled solution is simple: more on-the-ground police presence and less reliance on surveillance. Instead of wasting time on lengthy pilots and expensive studies, let's redirect funds to hire more sheriff deputies and increase foot patrols. With some common sense, we can ensure the safety of our community without threatening our basic freedoms. It's alarming to see that a lot of the money of the budget is allocated to protect City Hall and other buildings that have not experienced major incidents. And who can ignore the fact that the very individuals who defunded the police are now allocating this money to protect themselves? Weak leaders would do anything to avoid admitting they were wrong. It's time to vote them out and to prioritize the community. As crime rises, government censorship tightens its grip, and shockingly, political violence has been enabled by our mayor and a lukewarm district attorney. After the disturbing erosion of basic civil liberties during the COVID regime, we should seriously reconsider the need for military drones, mass surveillance cameras, bulletproof glass, weapons detection systems, and invasive local data fusion centers that I've been speaking about for a year. These extreme measures should not be the norm in our community, and we must reject this myopic approach and focus on what truly matters: the citizens of WeHo.
Thank you, Wes. Your time is up. Wes, your time is up. Thank you. Wes, your time is up. Thank you so much. Mayor, that was our last speaker in Zoom.
Thank you. We're going to move to commissioner comments. I'm going to ask that we keep our comments as precise and brief as possible because we have not even gone to 4B and it is 8:16. Chair Hallman, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I believe Captain Mulder said that.
You want to try this one?
Thank you. I believe Captain Mulder mentioned that there are studies done internally with the Sheriff's Department. CPE, I'm just curious, Mike, it's a question, but I think it's an important one. In your studies, have you done a blind study with our sheriff's deputies, asking them a variety of questions to garner their answers and why they may act in a certain manner when stopping and engaging with the community?
In the past, we have done an officer survey. We put that on pause for a while we revamped it and really sought to figure out the purpose for it and what we really wanted to learn. We are now in the process of relaunching that, so we have not conducted it for West Hollywood, but that's not to say we couldn't in the future.
Okay, thank you. That was my only comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau?
I have no additional comments, but I do want to thank CPE and the Sheriff's Department for putting together this. I know it's a lot of work and good to do.
Commissioner Ramian?
Once again, I want to thank CPE for your wonderful presentation today. I just have one extra question. In regards to the non-traffic stops that were stopped, do we know what percentage of those were unhoused in West Hollywood?
That is not an indicator we looked into, but it's something we could as we move forward.
Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Freeberg?
No, I don't have any comments. Thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Harrison?
No further comments. Thank you again.
Commissioner Nickel?
Yes. Specifically about the calls of service, I just did want to mention that did stick out to me. It was brought up that 84%.
George?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is your mic on?
I think so. Can you hear?
Yeah, if you get closer to
okay.
it, we could hear
I guess
you
it's just not sensitive enough. So 84% were not calls about bodily harm, property harm, or threats. But the percentage of them that were equals 13,585 incidents. So it is not something to be dismissed when we're talking about people who live in West Hollywood, people who visit here, people who work here, and people who unfortunately live on our streets. So I just want to make that clear. And when that 84% is brought up in the report, which I hope everyone reads, it immediately links to a statement where you talk about replacing law enforcement or reducing the footprint in communities. That is my point. I just want to make certain that this report, it's important. If there is a way to reduce these disparities, absolutely. You would have to be insane to believe that they don't exist in every community across the country. But they cannot be used as an excuse to further defund our police or to try to do that again. The results of our last experiments in that have not been good. That's why I have my concerns. Thank you.
Moving to council, colleagues. Councilor Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for all your work. I think when we asked public safety to contract with you or to work with the sheriffs to work with you, there were some things that we hadn't done. And so when I look at your recommendations, I think I can say very confidently that we've already started on this road. We now have a community safety and well-being plan. We have a mobile behavioral health crisis unit that will be hopefully in full force by end of the year 2024. We have a social justice advisory board, which started as a task force to also highlight these issues and work towards solutions. And I think that we've all made it very clear that training is so important. For me personally, I don't believe we should throw out the baby with the bathwater, but I do think that training, whether it's our deputies or anyone else involved with public safety, is really the starting point and the most important thing that we can do. When I look at nuisances based on the definitions that you've given, nuisances, that word sounds very like, oh, it's just like a nuisance, like a dog barking. Well, the definitions you have in there are disorderly conduct, sex misdemeanors, loud parties, and trespassing. These are all things that our sheriff's deputies have to deal with. Our community safety people are really not trained. They don't have the training or the ability to go into somebody's property to deal with trespassers. There are certain codes and police codes that have to be followed and training that the police have that they don't have. So I would just say that I think that, again, I don't know that we learned something really new, because I think that we were all aware of this issue, and which is why we went ahead with the community safety and well-being plan and other the other actions that I mentioned. And so I would just say that, the recommendations that I saw, a lot of them I think were very, they probably applied to most of the cities that you work with. And so all I can say is that since we did contract with you, we have been on our way to doing things which I think will help in this matter. And obviously, it's always good to have tracking of data to make sure that what we're doing is making a difference, which is what we require, with our community plan as well, which is tracking and evaluation and metrics of both our sworn personnel and our community partners. So thank you.
Councilmember Byers. Yeah, thank you again, all of you, for the partnership on this work and the commitment for ongoing engagement, which I think is the most important aspect that we can take away from tonight, the ongoing nature of this conversation. It was said that the city has an opportunity to show an eagerness to show the origins of policing disparity and the strategies to address them. And this presentation has truly made clear the potential for transformation that still lies ahead. Even with regards to the disputes and methodology, I appreciate the distinction and conversation that we got into around that. Understanding that our city, while totally incomparable to other cities, is still on par with some of the data that we see across the nation. I'm really eager to continue this. As I see it, this assessment has built a table for us as a community with really necessary information, topics, backed by useful data to move forward as we continue to identify solutions to our known and named challenges. I don't want any of us to look at this and say that we're doing enough, but instead say that we are on a meaningful path as a community that we should celebrate and recognize, and I do to each and every one of the leaders in this room that's made that possible. I also just want to thank the council that came before me in initiating what is truly groundbreaking work, knowing that the Sheriff's Department of Los Angeles County will have to go through this. I'm really excited to see that data. I just want to also say that what I heard is that the LASD, our Sheriff's Department, has been providing the brunt of responsibility for servicing a range of issues in our community. And as we continue to enact this more comprehensive approach to safety and well-being, this is a meaningful guide to continue finding ways to improve those systems, create the necessary training, reimagine the ways that we can better serve our community. And thank you again for the partnership in doing this.
Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again to our consultants here. Thank you to the sheriffs and our city staff. My guess is that the city manager our public safety staff, the sheriffs are going to continue to work on these issues. I think that what this report emphasizes for me, and I think it's something that we all feel, that we want to be a leader here. We want to make sure that everyone, whether they're a resident or a visitor, is treated fairly, that they are not treated in a different way based on their race or by their ethnicity, that we have law enforcement and public safety for everyone. And I know that we have a long way to go, as do all communities, but I'm convinced that our city manager and our staff, working with the consultants, will get us much further to the goal. So again, thank you to everyone. Thank you to the public safety commissioners for their input. My criticisms of the methodology are certainly not criticisms of the overall essence of the report, which there are racial disparities that we need to address. And we need to do that also keeping in mind the comments of the residents about the need for public safety. I don't think we have to sacrifice one to accomplish the other. I think our goal of public safety means that we do need to eliminate bias, because we will not be a safe community for everyone if we continue to have both, in some instances, expressed bias as well as implicit bias. So again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, city staff. I want to thank Councilmember Meister and former Councilmember John D'Amico for initiating this much needed project. And I think we have a lot set before us, as well as a lot that we're grappling here with today, both personally, as a policy body, and I think as a city as a whole, that does uphold and appreciate our relationship with the Sheriff's Department and those sworn and non-sworn personnel who deeply, and I do feel like being here in West Hollywood, I do see that, as well as all of our public safety staff. I also want to thank our Public Safety Commission, both past, present, and maybe even just for the future. You have a thankless job. You do, because you are charged with some very heavy questions and some very heavy responsibilities, as we all are. And I just want to say, I think all of your questions and all the ways in which you've been approaching community safety, equity, inclusion, and what does a safe West Hollywood look like has included every angle of the conversation. And that's really hard to balance. And I think you see us try to do that. And I just want to say that the questions that you've been answering and wanting back tonight are not lost on me especially, and I would never speak for my colleagues, but it takes a lot to get up there and say, I've been racially profiled in the city and I'm the chair of the Public Safety Commission. And I just want to hold space for that, because that's bravery. And it does state that we also do have to do better with how we appoint our people and how we look at equity. Joy, you are the only woman, a self-identified woman on this commission. That's not, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not saying that all of you don't deserve to be right where you are, but that's a challenge to us as well, to look at how we continue to do better, as well as the challenge that is presented in this report. Because who sits in these seats, who asks these questions, it does make a difference. And I just want to thank you all for your very deep commitment to the city and to the public service that you provide on a daily basis. Additionally, I think we have a goal set out before us with this report. It is true that I too have questions about the methodology, but given the statistics and what I think you've presented to us tonight, we have a whole picture that I think we need to start dissecting and peeling with the onion, hence why I've been asking some questions that I hope our public safety and our public safety director will take back to try to get to the root of these causes. But then also I realize we're stuck in an impasse. We have very little say over what the Sheriff's Department does, if any at all, but we rely on that trust and that partnership. And I think together, through this MOU, I hope that trust is renewed for us to continue to work together. We have been investing in a lot of these strategies to, I think, address this. Regardless of whatever you feel about Block by Block, they have more contacts with members of the public than our Sheriff's Department, because the Sheriff's Department is out there doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and that's helping prevent crime and respond to crime and being those servants. Because when I look at some of the data that's been presented, I wonder if we would get actual different results based on some of the call type categories, which is why I asked that. Just specifically for nuisance, it adds to the percentage, but a telephone annoyance isn't something I would hope a sheriff would respond to when there's issues that I think they need to address. I think that we have and are trying to develop systems that would better approach those types of calls for service, but that does take, as I know Captain Mulder has said, a deputy off the phone, off of the streets, or responding to something else, when in reality we want them to be responding to things like Commissioner Nichols said, people who come into our city who want to commit a crime. And I do agree with you. I think that those individuals, we knew exactly what they were doing, and I'm thankful that they were arrested and that happened. And that also happened after we did the low-level priority offenses thing. So our sheriffs did exactly what they were supposed to do, and it all worked, even with progressive policies on the books. But that's post your life, your work, but hopefully to come. And then I just want to state that I think that we all deeply care about getting to the root of trying to fix this issue. But LA County is the largest county in the country. The racial disparities are true. And that's very sad. And we are a city of 1.89 square miles with a population that has been known to swell every now and then, most likely every given weekend because of the attraction of what we represent. I would like to see and challenge you to look at LGBTQ data. That is a big disappointment within this study. That's not a fault of your own, because I understand your own methodology and how you were created and what you do, but I would urge you that that could be a subset of something that I think cities like ours would greatly need. And then last but certainly not least, I think that at the end of the day, what we as a council have to look at is we've added more good guys with guns, we've taken away people and get good guys with guns, yes, more deputies, no more deputies, yes, sheriff's ambassadors, maybe cameras, all of these things that we are trying to use, and quote one of my colleagues, all the tools in our toolbox to get to some type of solution. And I would challenge the other cities that surround us, because we are also victim to their crime at the same time. And I have seen in this report that a lot of our calls are assisting LAPD at the same time. And so at the end of the day, we're a regional body that needs to address crime holistically. And it is something that I don't know this city alone can tackle, just like with homelessness, but we try really hard every day. And this report is definitely something that should present all of us to not only examine our own privileges, our own white privilege, or however the privilege that we have, but it is something that I think we should use as a battle cry for how the city can lead the way for equity and justice for all, whether you live here or not. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, I want to thank everyone who spoke, the commissioners and my colleagues, and all of you that are here with CPE and the good work you've done, our Captain Mulder and our department, Danny Rivas, our city manager. I think what I see missing this evening, what I saw this evening was a lot of trying to figure out what is the flaws and the stats, how can we disprove that there is racial disparity? And that comes from a place of fragility and defensiveness. And I think if we really kind of move away from that and look at the reality of America, is that there is absolutely structural racism built into the fabric of America in so many different areas. And the area that we are focusing on right now is the structural racism in policing that overwhelmingly affects Black folks in America, Latinx folks in America, and people of color. And we don't have those statistics for LGBTQ people, but we know from Commissioner Nickel that 40 years ago, there absolutely was disparities against our community. And I would say with the rise of homophobia again, right now, towards our community, that is still something we need to really be careful about. The Human Rights Campaign literally 2-3 weeks ago for the first time declared a state of emergency for LGBTQ folks in America. I want to get us away from really focusing on deputy, this deputy, that deputy. No, it's happening here. No, it's not happening here. We're different. We're not any different in the city of West Hollywood. There is absolutely racial disparity. The trends are like every other city, as they said. What I want us to really be proud of and really have a positive view on is that we have the Center for Policing Equity in partnership with the City Council that has instituted a lot of alternatives that the CPE already recommends to really help to get us away from these disparities and kind of close the gap so that everyone who works, plays, and lives in West Hollywood, regardless of your sexual orientation, gender, the color of your skin, your ethnicity, your background, so everyone feels safe. And that is so crucial to who we are as a city. And I want to also point out that we have a new sheriff who has committed to creating cultural change within the sheriff's department. And Captain Mulder and CPE and our staff and us, we're all working together. So we're actually all on the same side, and I would love for us to really acknowledge that we all want safety, and we just want it for everyone. And that's the best takeaway to walk away from tonight. And I'm very, very happy that we're going to continue our partnership with you and for the rest that is to come, because it's going to be really important, as Councilmember Meister pointed out, to get data in the future about all of these different programs that we have put into place to see outcomes. And what we've seen from the Block by Block Security Ambassador program is that actually crime has improved. They have taken a lot of calls for service that the Sheriff's Department don't need to take anymore. This gives our sheriffs more time to focus on the really the crimes that the public is most concerned about. So those are my comments this evening, and we will continue to do the work to create equity for all in the city of West Hollywood, and those really are our values, our core values. So thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break before we get to the next item, and then come back, and it is 8:39. We'll be back at 8:49. Thank you.
Certainly smells like onions, huh? What? We're still gonna be here a while. Oh yeah, I was like waiting. It's so quick because I was like, I had to get out of the door. I was like,
Oh, sorry. It's incredible.
There's such a
you get some water.
I've never seen them all together in Game of Thrones.
No, I didn't say it. How about that? If we want to have greater discussion, then we can postpone. We're getting back into it. I did. No, I'm okay, thank you. I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. No, right now. I got a 2 weeks ago. I'm just surviving on the energy.
All right, please take your seats. We're going to restart our meeting, or resume our meeting. We are now moving to item 4B, the update on public safety equipment, technology, and security enhancements to support community safety. Staff, please provide us with a very, very brief report.
Absolutely, and thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council, as well as the Chair and members of the Public Safety Commission. My name is Danny Rivas. I'm the Director of Community Safety for the City of West Hollywood. Also partnering on this item this evening to my left is Captain Bill Mulder of our West Hollywood Sheriff Station. So this item does provide an update on various public safety equipment, technology, and security, as well as a drone and fixed camera pilot program with the goal of enhancing community safety efforts in West Hollywood. So for a little bit of background, staff did receive direction from the City Council in June of last year as part of the community safety and well-being strategy to evaluate the technology on city-owned properties, such as security cameras, and explore sidewalk-facing security cameras at intersections, in addition to expanding automated license plate reader cameras citywide. Since that direction was received, staff did establish a community safety and well-being strategy in December of last year, enhanced security cameras at various city facilities, and is in the process of expanding the automated license plate reader program. Earlier this year, in February, the City Council provided staff additional direction to explore an advanced public safety technology pilot program to help support community safety efforts in West Hollywood, and to return with an item at a future date that also includes a response, including presenting the item before the Public Safety Commission, the Human Services Commission, the LGBTQ+ Commission, and the Social Justice Advisory Board, which all of that occurred last week on various days. As reflected in the staff report, there are 12 proposed options staff is providing information on that should be considered by the City Council this evening. Each of the options includes a summary of the research conducted, a recommendation to be considered, and an estimated cost and timeline to implement should the City Council direct staff to move forward. I will just briefly go over each of the 12 items. So the first is the drone for first responder, which is utilized by various cities And so that does provide live footage to police department, and it addresses various calls for service, and again provides that communication and allows a staff to from the police department to put eyes on that live footage and get more information to provide to responding officers. The next item is the fixed real-time cameras. Those are stationary cameras following City Council direction that could potentially be installed at various locations based off of crime statistics. And again, that stationary camera or fixed camera would provide real-time footage to our police department regarding calls for service or getting more information when they do receive calls. The next item on the list is gunshot detection. And so gunshot detection are devices, sensor devices that are placed, again, at various intersections throughout the city and the public right-of-way and communicate to the police department in terms of any sort of gunshots that have occurred and providing a specific location and the distance and time frame of when that occurred. The next item is the Real-Time Watch Center. And so the Real-Time Watch Center essentially is the unified command center that allows for all of that communication from those various devices, whether it's the drone use, whether it's the stationary cameras, the fixed cameras, whether it's the gunshot detection. All of that information is then fed into a real-time watch center, which includes various monitors that could be installed within a dispatch center in a police department, and allows folks a visual and real-time data at their hands. The next item is body-worn cameras for block-by-block personnel. And so currently block-by-block does not have body-worn cameras. However, our West Hollywood Sheriff Station does. And so this is simply just asking for consideration in terms of implementing that. I do want to just make mention as well as a part of this section that in regards to public records request acts as it relates to block-by-block body-worn camera footage, I just want to add that is not included in the staff report that the city will be managing any sort of public records requests in conjunction with block-by-block security ambassador. The next item is a high-speed vehicle pursuit alternative. So this essentially would allow a device, a GPS tagging device, to be deployed from either a vehicle or by a police officer. And then what that would do is it would allow the tracking of that vehicle, and it would not necessitate having to get into a high-speed pursuit. The next item is the proactive security monitoring solutions. And so that is essentially going with a contracted vendor that would be capable of monitoring existing security camera infrastructure, and then providing communication either to our police department if needed, or also communicating through the security cameras to individuals that they've observed. And this is mainly intended for after hours. Currently, we do not have any sort of proactive security monitoring aside from security guard staff that we have that patrol from time to time. The next item on the list is our ballistic protection at city facilities. So this does provide various city facilities with various types of ballistic, meaning bullet resistance type of material that would be installed at various areas. We concentrated on City Council chambers, the City Hall, West Hollywood Park Aquatic and Recreation Center, and Plummer Park as well as a part of that research. The next item is referencing weapon detection. So that's commonly referred to as metal detection, but we did look at various vendors that not just detect metal, but also weapons just in general. And so the idea behind that is, again, just to add some additional security enhancements and features. We looked at the same facilities that I referenced as it relates to ballistic protection. The next item is a visitor management system at city facilities. So this is just taking it a little step further in terms of utilizing software and online capabilities in terms of allowing staff the ability to check in folks and get folks to the appropriate divisions and departments for services. The next item is the emergency communication. So this is simply asking City Council to consider expanding our existing contract with Everbridge Nixle and providing additional communication methods for us to expand to our residents, as well as internally within the organization with city staff, which we currently do not have capabilities of doing, or very limited capabilities at this time. And then the last item is the Polaris Utility Task Vehicle, and so that is intended to provide staff during major events such as Pride and Halloween the capability of getting to certain locations easily and safely. So that concludes staff's brief presentation, and Captain Mulder and myself are available for any questions.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and start with the Public Safety Commission. Please keep your questions to questions rather than comments. Commissioner Blau, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go through my list now, and I sent these over as well previously, so hopefully you can help me out with some of the answers here. So a clarification question, the drones as first responders, these are to respond after an incident has occurred, correct? Not proactively?
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick and then let Captain Mulder as well add to that. But yeah, the intent of the pilot would be to respond to calls for service and responding to high priority calls.
Okay, thank you. On to the next point on fixed cameras. How to phrase it as not a question. Have you looked at other software providers aside from BriefCam, which is quoted in the staff report? There are a number of news reports that provide concern over the use of some of their software, especially related to the artificial intelligence aspects of it, facial recognition being one of them. I know that it seems like I was looking through on their website, they have some pretty handy features to allow you to kind of jump from scene to scene. But have you looked at other kinds of softwares, or is that dead set as part of this?
So actually, we didn't look at any vendors as it relates to the fixed cameras in terms of software or assisting, staff, right, from monitoring that. BriefCam was reflected in the staff report, but I reflected that, meaning that Beverly Hills Police Department that's the software that you're utilizing. So we're not looking to utilize BriefCam, but we are, however, looking at vendors, right, that have the capabilities of providing the fixed camera systems. We did reference Flock Safety, which is the same provider that currently is expanding our automated license plate reader program in our cameras. And the intent of that was because they already provide a real-time intelligence center that we're already paying for as a part of the expansion. And so having the same type of system, whether it's stationary cameras included in the real-time intelligence center, is a benefit to the city, to the sheriff's department. And so they would only have to access one program and software, but that doesn't include any sort of like BriefCam technology. That would be like an add-on that we would have to look at, and that's not something that we did as a part of this.
Okay, thank you. And then as well with the fixed cameras, or just generally with any of the new kind of surveillance items that we're looking at here, what would be the recommended way to handle data retention on any of these items? Similar to my same question on the ALPR cameras. What would be the recommendation with that, and how would we be able to enforce that with the Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, so I'll let Captain Mulder speak to that, but I will tell you that in terms of the fixed camera program, if considered by the City Council, is that we would go based off of state law that would require a 1-year record retention. Of course, that is just the minimum standard. And then I'll let Captain Mulder kind of speak to maybe the department standard in terms of what they would be looking at as it relates to that.
Yeah, and the Department standard would be the same, whatever the California Public Records Act requires in terms of different types of information that we have and how long we have to hold that information for. That would be the term of that. And I know, though, with the ALPR is a little bit different. It's a 30-day retention, or you can get more if you want. But in terms of the cameras, we would make sure it would follow state law on that.
Do you know why there's a difference in the retention policies at state law between those two different camera technologies?
Yes, they are two different camera technologies, and the reason why is being that your automated license plate readers do not provide video monitoring or real-time video monitoring capabilities. They simply take snapshots of vehicle characteristics and license plates. And they do have the capability, obviously, for the Sheriff's Department to have access to that, right, and be able to look at those types of vehicles and vehicle characteristics. But again, they don't provide real-time live video footage, whereas the fixed cameras would. So there's a difference there, and then hence the reason why the state has obviously required a year minimum standard, whereas for the automated license plate readers, they do not currently at this time.
Where was the proposed 44 cameras kind of located or planned to be located if you were using 44 cameras there throughout the city?
So we don't go into detail in terms of reflecting exactly where the intersections are at, but we would essentially base them off of where we have our automated license plate reader cameras scheduled to be installed. And so we would be looking at covering kind of those same intersections, and that was based off of information and the crime statistics and analysis that we got from the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station. So it could be various different intersections along Santa Monica Boulevard, which that will and is going to be the case with the automated license plate reader cameras, many along Sunset and Melrose, and then some of the cross major thoroughfares as well, such as La Cienega, San Vicente, Fairfax, etc.
And so the goal with the fixed real-time cameras would be to deploy them at the intersections. I know as I drive down Santa Monica Boulevard, I obviously see the ones that Beverly Hills has put up that are just like sat there across the road, kind of not even at intersections. What would be the objective placement for this?
Yeah, so I think it'd be really a kind of a combination of some at fixed intersections, but again, it could be also some that would be installed as you just described that you've seen in the city of Beverly Hills. But again, all of that would be based off of the input and feedback that we would get for the Sheriff's Department if we receive direction and move forward.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to skip the gunshot detection portion and jump to the real-time watch center because I think it's related here. If City Council opted to move forward with either option, the drones as first responders or the fixed cameras, is it a necessity that we as well get the real-time watch center, or is that just an added benefit?
I would say it's definitely a necessity because you'd certainly want to have monitors, several monitors that are installed, right, and interconnected with all of those different types of technologies. We certainly seen as a part of our research, which the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station was a part of, the many benefits of having everything in one place visually and within the dispatch center. Captain Mulder, I don't know if there's anything else you would want to add to that.
No, you covered it very well, but I think and I think Beverly Hills is going to put me on the payroll because I speak so often and highly about their real-time watch center and the public safety technology platform that they employ over there. And West Hollywood is doing a great job of we're getting our ALPR cameras set up, and now we're looking at other resources like fixed cameras, and they would be in not just intersections but other places that we know by our stats that we experience a high volume of criminal activity happening along the main thoroughfares. But having the real-time watch center can serve as a lot of different purposes, I think. And so right now we're going to start our program with a drone responding to a call. But I know Beverly Hills does. They do patrols down the main thoroughfares, and they have people looking to see if there's something happening that looks out of place, so they can get ahead of it in terms of sending law enforcement to deal with it. So there's so many different ways you can go with it, but the real-time watch center would be an opportunity to kind of monitor some of those cameras and see if something's happening. We can get somebody there quickly with regard to that.
Thank you. And then the quoted $250,000 for the one-year pilot program of this real-time watch center, is that quoted price or estimate? It just looks like it's including capital costs and startup costs and infrastructure. How would this impact the hours or the manpower necessary to utilize this equipment? Would we be talking about shuffling around sheriff hours currently, or would this require more hours to then utilize these tools?
So it would take into account using existing staff currently at the West Hollywood Sheriff Station. As part of the pilot program, that could certainly be a different conversation in the future if this was something that the City Council wished to move forward with. But yeah, it does not include any of the personnel, as you mentioned, reflected in the cost estimate. That's simply just the infrastructure, right, that would be needed, purchasing of monitors, and then the software to be able to connect to all of the different types of technologies.
Great, thank you. Block by block, body-worn cameras. I guess Director Rivas, can you speak on a qualitative or maybe a general scale? How often are block by block interactions with our community members called into question such that we might benefit from having block by block wearing the body-worn cameras qualitatively?
Yeah, I don't have a specific number to provide, but I mean, there are obviously a handful of instances that certainly come up. Certainly, probably more than I'm aware of, because most of those obviously go to the supervisors and to the managers and are dealt with. But of course, when I speak to a handful since my time here in the last year serving in this role, I can definitely tell you that those are kind of the instances that I've been involved in as it relates to that. And so, but I couldn't give you like a specific number.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to call out a point on this item while I'm here, is that in here you say, in the staff report, it lists that the city staff will not have access to any of the software or video components, and all public records requests will be managed by block. Earlier, when you were giving the report, you said that staff would be, or that city staff would be handling the public records request. Which one is it?
Yeah, so it would be, in terms of the data management aspect of it, that would be a block by block that would be handling that. But of course, when a member of the public submits a public records request, then that would follow through the city clerk's office and go through the same normal process. But again, we would be working in conjunction with block by block in terms of retrieving any sort of footage. Our city attorney's office, of course, would review that request and the data and then make a determination on whether or not certain information would be provided or not, no differently than other public records requests.
Okay, thank you. And so then would it be safe to say then that the hours required by block, if we implemented the body-worn camera system, would increase as we're requiring them to handle these public records requests, which may be innumerous?
Yeah, I mean, I really couldn't say at this point. It's really hard to tell, right, what we would expect. But obviously, there would be requests that would come in, and those would need to be fulfilled by them from a certain perspective. So. Okay.
Thank you. On to the sixth item, or I don't even know what number it is, but the high-speed vehicle pursuit alternative. What is these GPS tags? Roughly, what are we talking about in terms of the mass of these little tags that are being shot out, and roughly kind of what velocity would we be looking at for this projectile flying through? I would assume like cars and a trafficked area if we're looking at an alternative.
Yeah, I don't have that specific information. Of course, I could pull up, that specific vendor that we met with. It is a new technology, and so I'm sure they have all that data that's included with that. And Captain Mulder, I don't know if there's anything you could add to that.
Yeah, I don't know a ton about it, but I do know that they have mounts that can go on the patrol vehicles and once you get behind a vehicle, if they decide to take off, you can shoot I think in a gelatin kind of thing, a GPS tracker that ends up and sticks to the car. And then there's also a handheld one that you can shoot as well. I know Beverly Hills is, I think, trying the program now. So we'll kind of see how other agencies are doing with that and how effective it is, and if it's something that we want to consider. But it's nice to put all these different considerations on the table. You know, certainly the dangers in vehicle pursuits, and we try to, our policy and a lot of things we do try to minimize those. But this would be, I think, a really good tool that could be a really good tool if it works well, and to intervene in these kinds of situations.
Okay, thank you. And then I asked this question ahead of time, so hopefully maybe you got an answer. But over the last 5 years, to give just a bounding time estimate, how many high-speed vehicle chases have we had in the city of West Hollywood? I live off Sunset, and while I hear a lot of cars racing by, I don't often hear that many sirens following thereafter.
Captain Mulder, do you have any information regarding that? I do know that we pulled some statistical data, so if you want to go to another question, we can she'll pull that up, and then we would be happy to report back on that.
Okay, can do.
Oh, I'm sorry, he does have it.
Oh, great,
yeah,
thank
so
you.
we did in 2018, we had, in terms of vehicle pursuits, we had 4, 2019, 7, 2020, 10, 2021, 12, 2022, 10, and thus far, 2023, 9.
Okay, thank you. That provides context. Okay, into the proactive security monitoring. The estimate that was quoted in here in the staff report, would that be expanding whatever the city currently uses as their security provider? I don't know if we use like ADT or something similar like that. Is that what the $75,000 would be from?
No, so this would be going with an additional contractor or vendor that would provide these types of services, because it is not something that we currently utilize. So it would be monitoring of existing security camera infrastructure that we have installed at various facilities.
Okay, and do you know if that would be via, in the people that you've looked at or the contractors that you've looked at, is that live monitoring with a person, or is that, like how augmented and assisted with technology is that?
It is live monitoring. They essentially have their own real-time watch center with various types of vendors and customers that they have and clients. And so when they do get an alert, alerts are customized to the client's liking, and so when they do either see something by monitoring those, or they get an alert, then that's what would trigger them really kind of hyper-focused on that specific area, and then communicating either to the local police department or even our security ambassadors, right, if it's something that was nonviolent.
Okay, thank you. The last category that I want to ask about is the emergency communications item. So aside from dialing 911, and perhaps my fellow commissioner might be able to assist me on this, but aside from dialing 911 and waiting for a response, does there exist currently in the city any kind of infrastructure that allow businesses to alert each other directly when emergencies occur? I'm thinking about our local Rainbow District here, and if given the proximity of the businesses together, if we had an instant occur active shooter in one area, it might be handy and helpful to save lives to communicate that around quickly rather than kind of a ping pong approach. Does that infrastructure exist? And maybe would expanding that Everbridge Nixle 360 make that an option?
Yeah, so currently the city does not have that type of infrastructure or emergency communication with businesses, as you mentioned, in that type of scenario. So this would, though, provide the capability of us creating a secure channel, of course, waiting to get confirmation from the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, and then being able to disseminate that information to all of those folks that are registered on there.
Okay, great. That sounds reasonable. Thank you. So of the items listed in here, Captain Mulder, which of them are currently in use throughout the Sheriff's Department? So like you would come with some sort of departmental knowledge?
In terms of the drone program, currently it's only housed at our Special Enforcement Bureau, which is our SWAT team. And so they use it for various operations, and we can request that they bring one out to a situation here. Unfortunately, how that program works, usually the time it takes to get a drone out to a location for an incident is prolonged. And so that's why we're looking at a different way of delivering that public safety service. So we're looking to expand through this process with the city council, and then a secondary process with our department to give this station and actually another station, Malibu Lost Hills, the ability to expand this program. In terms of looking around at the department and seeing that this really kind of doesn't exist, and West Hollywood will again be a pilot program and be a first. So I don't have anything to compare it to in terms of on our department, but we've done a lot of research and looking at other departments around Southern California, and like I said, Beverly Hills. Chula Vista was one of the first to have the program. They now even send drones to calls. If they, they had to call some persons maybe lying in front of a business, they can send a drone to see if they're still there. If they've left, they can call the person reporting it, see if everything was okay. If it's not, if they broke a window and walked away, then we can try to locate that individual and then send deputy sheriff. So there's a lot of different things we can do with this program, and the research we've done looking at other departments that are not within LA County Sheriff.
Okay, thank you. Last question, I promise. For any of these items, if the city council chose to move forward with them, taking drones, the fixed cameras, real-time watch center, any of these kind of items that the city would be investing capital into directly, how much control would the city council have over directing its usage by the sheriff's department? To say things like explicitly stating where data can Hang on, let me try this one. Okay. Things like explicitly outlining where data can and cannot be shared in terms of other agencies, those sorts of things.
So essentially, if we were, we'll use the drone for first responder. So if that is something that the city council directs staff to move forward with, then the sheriff's department would establish their own policies. I mean, they already have existing policies. Mm-hmm. I know that they're currently in the process of updating those, and so that would follow their department guidelines. But in terms of oversight, that would follow Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department policies and procedures. But of course, the city council would of course have the decision on whether they would choose to continue to move forward with a pilot program or not, based off of the updates and the information that staff provides them, which we plan on doing during semi-annual community safety updates. And so if there are concerns, if there are issues that emerge, right, then that would be an opportunity for the city council to discuss that and provide further direction. But the fact that staff is not accessing that specific data, the data storage of it, the management, and in fact, even the public records requests differently than the block-by-block security or the bottom worn cameras, this would be something that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department would be handling 100%.
Okay, so that's to say we would have limited control over that, sort of all or nothing, and then you're saying after the pilot program, so after we've invested $250,000 for the drones plus $250,000 for the real-time watch center, at that point we could decide if we wanted to go forward with it or not?
We certainly can continue to have conversations like we do currently, and we always have with our contracted partners. So if there's issues and things that come up, we certainly can communicate those and work in partnership with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, our West Hollywood station, to address those concerns. But essentially, the policies and department guidelines that are established would be their own, and they would be responsible for holding staff accountable in terms of making sure that they're compliant with those.
Okay, understood. And then thank you to staff and Captain Mulder as well for putting this together. I appreciate the proactive identification of solutions and offering them up to the community broadly. So thank you. That's all I've got.
Any other questions, or did Commissioner Blau ask everything that Commissioner Chair Hallman, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And not to usurp Council's authority, but commissioners, I just want you to be mindful. We have an agreement that we all unanimously agreed on, that we would keep our questions limited to leave space for everyone. And yes, this is our regularly scheduled public safety meeting, but we are here at the privilege of City Council. So I just ask that everyone be very mindful, and Council is going to also have questions as well. My questions will be brief. Captain Mulder, I see a lot of these, and there's some amazing things here. I was in New York on September 11th, and the following year, when I started to go to business appointments, the visitor management system was in place in a lot of facilities where your photo was taken, you got a badge with your picture on it, they knew who was in the building. I see Beverly Hills has already implemented a lot of these policies. Do we rely on Beverly Hills to assist us, since we don't have some of these necessities when we need them?
Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, as you know from the robbery that occurred at La Boheme, those individuals went the next day to Beverly Hills and committed another robbery. Beverly Hills was able to track them via the, I think, ALPR and surveillance cameras, locate them, and then make those arrests, which then enabled us to file charges on those individuals. And just the, and then recently we had at a marijuana shop up on Sunset Boulevard, 17 people burglarized, broke into the plate glass window and committed a theft. And we had some video of the vehicle, but the vehicle ended up driving into an area that was covered by Beverly Hills ALPR cameras, and we actually got a license plate. We were able to conduct a search warrant and arrest that individual and recover some of the things that were taken. And that investigation is ongoing because there were multiple people. So those are two examples, but yeah, they've been certainly our neighbors at Beverly Hills. They've helped us out with information to arrest individuals who are victimizing our community.
And do you feel that if we had some of these different mechanisms in place, that it would help with response time and help you focus more pointedly on what needs to be addressed at a faster time?
Yeah, yes, absolutely, Chair. Having specifically a drone or an aerial first responder, when they respond, they can generally respond quicker sometimes than our deputies. As you may know, there's sometimes a little bit of traffic in West Hollywood, and makes, even though it's only 1.9 square miles, driving somewhere is sometimes complicated. So having a aerial first responder go immediately to the location, we can get video, get eyes on the location, put that, send that information to our deputies out in the field, so we can really see who exactly we want to talk to, so there won't be confusion about who we need to talk to in a situation in terms of identifying who the suspect is. And then, of course, just that we have body cameras, and that'll be just another aspect of transparency for our department with an overhead view of what's going on.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay. Commissioner Iramian.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep this really short. I just have a few questions. In regards to the drones, will they be deployed in certain situations? It's stated that in the packet that will be deployed in certain situations, such as barricades, barricaded suspects, hostage situations, etc. Are these the only situations that the drones will be utilized? What other situations will the drones be launched for?
So as part of the pilot program here at West Hollywood, how we'll start them out, they'll be going to priority and emergent type calls. So if there was a robbery or a aggravated assault, something of a nature where we need to get there quickly, and it's generally those will be part 1 type crimes. That's how we'll start off with the program in terms of the pilot program, and then we can expand it based on the pleasure of council and community, what they feel comfortable with doing.
So, for example, if R2D2 is not doing anything on a Friday night, will he patrol like Santa Monica Boulevard, like up and down the corridor, just observing and making sure everything is okay?
So that's not part of the pilot program. We won't be doing patrolling with the drone, but I do know other cities do that and do it very successfully. They record what each time they're up, which has been very useful when people are concerned of, oh, are they over my house looking in my house? The agency can show them the video and they can see that, oh, I see you're just like I'm looking down the street. So that's something we can certainly move to, but the pilot program itself will not include any kind of patrol with the aerial first responder.
Got it. Thank you. It's also my understanding that the deputy from the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department will be a certified be certified from the FAA to operate the drone. It's also my understanding that this is the deputy that will also go on scene after the drone is launched. Can you explain how that process will work?
Yeah, so we do have a deputy now. He has his FAA license already, and so all that he has to do now is our Special Enforcement Bureau has a drone training program, which he'll be going to very soon, so he'll be ready to go in short manner. But with regard to how it works, we will probably what Beverly Hills is doing, contracting a company that they maintain and they launch the drone. So they'll have people from this company, they'll launch the drone. Once the drone is launched, then the deputy who is at the station, at a command center at the station with a computer, will then take over flying the drone, will fly to the location and then try to get an eye on what's happening, and then that information will be relayed to the units responding. So that's how it works. And the deputy will fly it back to the location, and then it's to where the drone operator is at. And usually that's done from one of the higher buildings in West Hollywood, so we have to make those arrangements because they prefer to launch it from a higher vantage point, because then it takes less to, they're already at altitude essentially, and you don't need to get the drone to expend battery power to try to get up to altitude.
Thank you. Moving on to the fixed real-time cameras, just a quick question. Will these fixed-time cameras also be placed in problematic alleys in our city, or will they just be along certain intersections?
Well, I think that's certainly a conversation to be had. First of all, our concerns are for privacy, and having them in a public area on main thoroughfares like Santa Monica, Sunset, Melrose, and some of the cross streets. But I think that's certainly a conversation to be had. I think depending on where the alley is and where the camera will be looking, I think those are other considerations that we can talk about, and if everybody's comfortable, place those cameras in some of those areas. But right now, we're contemplating just public thoroughfares.
Got it. And also, will these cameras have facial recognition?
The cameras do not have facial recognition. Of course, there's always additional software. Commissioner Blood actually referenced one of those software companies that Beverly Hills is utilizing. So currently, that's not something that we would be looking to incorporate, but you could if needed.
Thank you. Just two more things. Moving on to the gunshot detection. What are our stats on gunshots in WeHo? How many gunshots have we had in West Hollywood, either false alerts or actual gunshots in West Hollywood? And how will the gunshot detection work to identify a real gunshot rather than a firework that goes off, that a lot of us misunderstand fireworks for gunshots most of the time?
So thankfully, we don't have a lot of gunshots in West Hollywood. And I don't have the exact statistics by year of what that is. But the technology, my understanding about the technology is it's designed and is able to make those different detection or understand the difference between a firework or firecracker going off, a car backfiring, or other kind of noises that are similar to a gunshot, and are able to make those different determinations. So I think we're currently using this technology at least one station, Lakewood Station, in one of their policing areas. From my understanding, the technology is pretty good at differentiating gunshot as opposed to something else.
And my final question is in regards to the high-speed vehicle pursuits. Captain Mulder, you already gave the stats in regards to the pursuits we have in West Hollywood, but out of the statistics, did they start in West Hollywood, end in West Hollywood, or did they pass through West Hollywood?
So the statistics I gave you are West Hollywood deputy-initiated pursuits. So all of those, started in some manner and fashion in West Hollywood. Now, maybe a West Hollywood deputy started following a car at Santa Monica and Formosa in West Hollywood, and as they're running the license plate and all that, the car ends up at Sycamore and Santa Monica, which is just out of our area, and could be initiated there. So just for that little caveat, but all these pursuits are initiated by West Hollywood deputies originally from West Hollywood.
That's all. I just want to thank the staff. The report that the staff did is really good. It was very good to read. I read it 3 times. And it's very informative, and I look forward to what the future has for us here in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Commissioner Freeberg.
I don't have a lot. I feel like we weren't given enough time to really dig into all this new technology. It was, less than a week, I think, that we got the report. So I don't have a ton of questions, but I am concerned about privacy and the drones, especially, so can the drones monitor conversations?
No, because at the altitude they're at, my understanding they can. I don't know. I don't think they even have sound on them. I can check on that, but since they're at such a high altitude, even if they did have sound, I don't think they could pick up the sound or noises or conversations.
Okay. And so if there's a protest going on, would you send out drones?
I believe in some of the civil unrest of 2020, drones were used, not necessarily, I think even here, but in other stations too, just to get an idea of really crowd size, to know about how big of a crowd that we're dealing with and so forth for public safety reasons.
Yeah, see, I think that's what scares me a little when you think about privacy, because it's kind of like you can just throw a net and say, it's public safety, and then you could send the drone out whenever you would like. And then also, what about audits and oversight to prevent any misuse? Is there going to be any audits by the city or oversight?
So the audits, and Captain Mulder can speak to that, would be done by the Sheriff's Department.
So basically, the Sheriff's Department have full control over all of this.
Yeah, and I'll let Captain Mulder actually go through the review process and maybe the auditing process that the department maybe currently uses for SCB drones.
Yeah, so I mean, certainly a review process is really important. Obviously, I think it's important to record every time we have the drone up, so it's a clear understanding of what that drone was doing and where they were looking to have that. Every time is documented in terms of time, date, who's bringing it up, and all that. And again, if it's recorded, then we have the complete history of each mission, if you will. So there will definitely be those items in place, and then a review of that, built-in reviews. Most of the things we do have a built-in review, whether it's people calling into the station. We have calls every shift, watch sergeant and then watch commander separately do reviews of calls on every shift, and many other things that we do have reviews. I kind of spoke to some of that in the earlier presentation with CPE. So yeah, there would be reviews, there would be risk management, putting a risk management hat on to go over and make sure people are using it properly and within our policy.
Okay, are you going to share that with the city as well, or is that just that's just in your department?
You mean in terms of the policy overseeing the like our drone program? Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think we already shared our current policy. The current policy, you can even go on lasd.org and look up, I think you have to do a couple clicks to get to our manual policy and procedure, and you can pull up our current drone policy. Now that policy will be changed a little bit to allot for stations to use it, but they have a lot of the information there regarding how we deal with drones.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Harrison.
Thank you, fellow commissioners, for asking a ton of questions, because I think I was checking off my list. Thank you for the report. I just had a question about the ballistics protection. What does that physically look like? Are we creating barriers between us and the public in that situation, or city staff and the public? Because we talked about metal detectors, and so that's one, obviously, I think, table stakes. But what are we talking about when we're talking about ballistic protection? What does it look like?
Yeah, so you wouldn't know the difference in terms of what you're used to seeing now. So it would be material that's applied to windows, to doors, maybe even incorporated into certain types of furniture, et cetera. And so there wouldn't be essentially any difference aesthetically from what you would be seeing or what you're used to. And so like a City Hall facility, for example, if you've gone to the lobby area, you've seen a number of different counter type of desk or counters, right, with glass that staff are. So essentially stuff like that would be applied, again, to those areas and to windows and doors, et cetera, and so, or incorporated into existing structural elements.
Just one more question about cameras in alleys. I know there's been discussion about private companies and linking their existing camera footage for security. Is that something that could be incorporated into the watch center or into the fixed cameras we're considering?
I'm sorry. So
from an observation standpoint, if you have private businesses that have cameras.
Got you. Yeah, no, that's not part of the proposal. However, that is something that could be done and could be expanded into on a voluntary basis. I believe Captain Mulder had mentioned that actually the Lost Hills station is actually currently implementing a pilot with businesses where they would provide their footage to their security cameras, which is being fed into a real-time watch center at that station. Captain Mulder, I don't know if there was something else.
No, it covered it perfectly. Yeah, Lost Hills Malibu Sheriff Station, Captain Gen C2 has developed a real-time watch center there, but is using cameras, surveillance cameras from businesses and other cities that are within the jurisdiction that have cameras up, that they'll all come into one center that they can use to if crime happens, get video of that to use for prosecution or identification of people, or in real time to give information to the deputies responding.
Thank you.
When it comes to the emergency communications, the staff report says that you'll be able to expand use of it, which is good. How are you going to do that?
So that's something that, as a part of their advanced application, they essentially would be able to increase based off of information and data that they've acquired. Everbridge, for example, only contracts or provides that capability to government agencies for public safety purposes. And so it's like mass communication, essentially. And so with that advancement, we would increase from 17%, which we currently have of our population, to 70% based off of the information they provided us. So they have information, in terms of phone numbers, et cetera. And so that would simply be like a recorded message if somebody has a hard line, informing folks that, for example, there was an earthquake or something to that magnitude. There would be certain things that would trigger that level of communication.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else? Are we good? Okay. Councilmember Meister?
I don't think there are many questions left to be asked.
Yes.
I guess my only question is, we've had a problem with cars racing on Beverly and on Sunset especially. Will the cameras be able to, especially the ones that capture license plates, are they able to capture those cars that are really like going, 100 miles an hour down Sunset?
They're not. Yeah, they wouldn't be capable of providing if somebody was speeding. No.
But the other kind of cameras would be able to provide video, which I assume you could then figure out a license plate maybe?
There are certain
Bigger
cameras.
fat?
Yeah, there are certain smart cameras that do provide that type of technology, but no, those aren't the cameras that we would be looking at. The license plate reader cameras, you can just take photos of the vehicles and their license plates. The fixed real-time cameras, the stationary cameras, they would just be providing with live real-time video footage in that moment, but they don't track or provide any sort of speeding for vehicles.
But theoretically, someone at the station that's watching could send out a drone and go get them, right?
Yes, indeed. If we had a report like that and they actually did stop at an intersection with an ALPR camera, then it could maybe at that point, not going through at 100 miles an hour, because when the high speed issue, going by one of the cameras, the higher the speed, the less opportunity we might have to get good information. So, but if they did stop at some point along where we now have multiple cameras, that could certainly be an opportunity to get a license plate and identify those people.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau asked about the public records request management system with regards to block by block. Would that process look similar to LASD? So a request could come into the city, but then be forwarded on to Sheriff's Department?
Correct. Well, it'd be a little different. So for the Sheriff's Department, it would follow exactly what you just mentioned, Councilmember Byers. We would receive, but then we would forward that request on over. For block by block security ambassadors, that actually would be facilitated and provided by us.
So thus we have some sort of mechanism for oversight and accountability of those requests, because they could be coming to us and we could track them.
Correct.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. So I'm curious, you mentioned that, Captain Mulder, that there's an update coming to the unmanned aircraft system policy. Do you know the timeline on those updates?
Yes, so I know our field operations support services is working on the new language, which isn't real difficult. There's not a lot to add to it, but with our department, we've been running also a parallel effort with our Civilian Oversight Commission, bringing this item to them to ensure that they're comfortable with what we're going to do with a couple pilot programs on the department. So as we go before you, our department is also going before them. Some years ago, the department did go through them and talking about these issues at the time, and they made a bunch of recommendations, but recommended we don't do it at the time, but all the recommendations they gave at the time were implemented. They went ahead with just this small program that we have now, but taking all their recommendations into account. And that's what we're kind of doing now. We're just kind of going back by them and through some other county entities to make sure everybody's good with it and comfortable with it, the pilot programs that we're looking at running here in Malibu Lost Hills.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Just following up on what Councilmember Meister just indicated or alluded to, the speed cameras. My understanding is that there's speed camera policy moving through legislation at the state level. It's only a pilot. It will only impact a few cities should that be passed. I believe our city's actually signed on in support of that. I'm curious if LASD has weighed in on that legislation.
In terms of, you mean like if somebody's speeding and they they get your miles per hour and a picture and send you a citation, that kind of thing? Yeah, so these would not be doing that, these cameras.
No, I understand the ones that we're looking to do wouldn't be, but there is a piece of legislation enabling the potential for cities to enact that sort of new technology, or old technology that's been banned. Has LASD weighed in on that legislation?
I don't know where LASD actually stands on that legislation, but my guess would be supportive of it.
Fantastic. It's sort of astounding to me that policy has been banned while these other forms of law enforcement cameras have been permitted. I'm curious about the total cost of the recommendations for all of these items. I noticed there's some 1 year, there's some 6 year, and then the cost of decommissioning any of these pilots hasn't been named. But is there a rough cost? I could do the math too. I'm sorry, I didn't.
For all of them, Councilmember, it is over 2 million. It's about 2.1 plus.
And we don't have that budgeted. Do we have a recommendation from our city manager? Where would that come from? Would that be incorporated into the next year's budget? How are we thinking about that? Should council in the next wave of our meetings want to approve any of this?
So based on the input that we received, staff would bring back an item in the next council meeting or two, and we'd have to allocate funds for whatever council decides to move forward with. And then as we look, the 6 month, most of them have a 6-month pilot period, so that gives us an opportunity to come back before the next budget cycle, which we then budget for future years going further.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, so regarding the drones, oh, sorry, yes. Councilmember Howland first. There we go.
Are you as jet lagged as I am?
Yes.
Thank you very much for this. And thank you to the commission for your comments and your questions. Very thorough. I appreciated it. We got an email from a local resident, and there's been some chatter about all of these measures are really just trying to protect city staff and city facilities, but that's not what I actually read in this report. So the drones are not designed to protect city facilities. They're designed to respond to criminal activities that occur within the community. The fixed real-time cameras are not limited to city facilities. They're all up and down our major thoroughfares and potentially in alleys as well if there is a sufficient justification for that. The gunshot detection is citywide, correct? The real-time watch center would be somebody monitoring all of these cameras and equipment throughout the city. The body cameras for block by block, which apparently won't cost us anything, that's to ensure that those individuals and what their interactions are being documented. The high-speed vehicle pursuit has nothing to do with City Hall or city facilities. The three things that you are talking about here that are limited to city facilities, you're not actually even recommending them. You're suggesting that we get more input on those. That would be the ballistic protection, the weapon detection at city facilities, and proactive security monitoring at city facilities. But almost all of the rest of this is citywide and designed to be protecting the community and our visitors, correct? That was a very long leading question, sorry.
Correct, Councilmember Howland.
Okay. And I did have a couple of questions about specifics. The high-speed vehicle pursuit, is somebody, I'm hoping that somebody will evaluate that from a legal standpoint. There's a Supreme Court case that involves putting GPS devices on cars without a warrant, and this would be doing it without a warrant, but presumably there would be exigent circumstances that would justify it. But I want to make sure that we've had some legal analysis of that. The emergency communications, I think I've raised this issue before about trying to communicate with not just the public generally, but security guards who are licensed, who are not part of our city team, but a lot of businesses have their own private security. So I'm hoping that that can be integrated into it. I'm really sort of ambivalent about the ballistic protection at City Hall and the weapon detection at city facilities. I understand the reason for it.
Councilmember Heilman, I'm sorry, the broadcast just went down, so we're going to take a pause.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I have that effect on broadcast.
Yeah, so just to clarify for the public, we were informed that we have lost our broadcast, so we're going to take a brief break. Our CATV team is working on it right now.
Thank you.
I had the TV on from the moment I left the house waiting for it.
Really?
Good news.
We knew that because it leaked out earlier. They posted it on their website. And they hadn't even voted on it yet. Georgia somehow.
Really?
Rudy, Rock Meadows.
I hope Lindsay. I doubt it.
I doubt it.
I really.
That's real.
That's true.
Don't mess with
Yeah,
me.
they were voting tonight. 13 charges for Rudy.
Oh. Ah. It's so funny because the night of our National Night Out was the last indictment. So it's like every time we all get together to do something for the city, he gets another
We get an
indictment.
indictment.
Let's have more meetings.
Let's have way more meetings. 18 co-defendants.
Jeffrey Clark, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, Kenneth Chesebro. So it's everyone that they thought. I just want to see how Chicken's going to respond.
Oh my God.
How
His
Chicken's gonna
comments
respond.
over the weekend.
The federal agent DC, Chicken, she's gonna. She's not gonna put up with that.
She should.
She's confirmed 95 to 0. I mean,
Yeah.
she's not gonna put up with that.
No. I hope
That's
not.
gonna get. It's gonna get. But they're shutting down. They're shutting down the Georgia legislature, state house, closed. They're all working virtual. Entire courthouses. Like, what a disruption! Like the amount of money this guy's costing us is just insane to me.
And all the threats.
But he's gonna have to be booked. And they said they're gonna do a photo and fingerprints with him. Man, they said that.
Tease me.
I'm not kidding you. The head of.
Don't do that
They
to
said
me.
that head of jail said
I
we're
wish
not
it would
gonna
be
make
like-
any distinction.
I wish it would be like one of those Nick Nolte headshots, you know, where they grab
The
him out of the
hair.
bed.
The hair.
That would be amazing.
Because if he went to jail, then he can't do all that stuff. He
All
can't-
the stuff.
The orange
All the
stuff.
orange and
Hair is gone.
That would be.
I mean, or
Oh,
hair
the
is
girdle.
jacked.
If she
The
puts
girdle.
It, if she
Yeah,
puts it out.
the girdle.
you know when he moves like this. It's totally
Is that
because
why
of
he
a.
moves like that?
It has to be.
Has to be,
It
you're
has
right.
to be.
He needs a better one. It's not really working. He needs a golfing one because he doesn't agree with his golfing.
Oh, you're right. Oh yeah. What time is leaving?
10.
It's 10. Okay.
Please take your seats. We're going to resume. We are back up on the broadcast. And Councilmember Heilman,
I'm almost done. So
Okay.
I was saying that I'm not quite sure about some of those thoughts about city facilities and whether those are really necessary and whether they're the best use of our funds. I'm much more interested in some of the other items and some of the, like the high-speed vehicle pursuit, there was a question raised about it, but but that doesn't cost us any money. So that's something that would be implemented by the department without any funding from the city. Anyway, I just want to close by thanking you for all the work, and again, thanking the commission for their input and questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. I just have one question because Brandon took them all. That's good. That's your job. Good job. In terms of the gunshot detection, how would it not like detect a car? Because I live on Fountain, and if you live on Fountain, you would swear that there's gunshots every night because cars shoot down and backfire and everything. So can you explain the technology a little bit more there?
And I'm not as aware of the technology. I understand it. They've had it around for a while. It has improved. They have been able to, as I said earlier, differentiate between backfiring or firecrackers and so forth. And what they do is they put up, I think, multiple microphones to hear the gunshot. And whatever program they've created can analyze the sound and make a determination of what it is, and help kind of determine, and if you have them throughout the city, you can get a determination where it came from. Because if you do hear a loud noise like that, it's very hard just with the ear to know where it's coming from. And this technology helps us to kind of then define not only what it is, but where it's coming from, to give us a better police response to the origination of a gunshot.
Thank you. For the body-worn cameras, do other unarmed ambassadors that we know of, companies, are they wearing body-worn cameras, or is it really not common? I don't know the answer to that.
We didn't look at like neighboring private security companies, but as a part of our research, just meeting with different vendors, that they did provide that security companies, private security companies do utilize some of the body-worn cameras. I can certainly tell you that even at many of our businesses, our nightlife businesses, they do have security personnel that are utilizing body-worn cameras in place, but I'm not aware of like specific municipal agencies that utilize that.
Great. And this question is for our city manager. In terms of upgrades to city facilities, when I was president of WeHome, usually the city, that's a pretty substantial workplace change. Have we conferred with any of the city employee unions on feelings? I remember when we remodeled the city hall, it was because our front desk receptionist was attacked. I remember dealing with that. But have we conferred with them yet?
So we've had lots of discussions with the city employees related to safety. We actually have a safety working group that's made up of myself and staff from the various bargaining units. So it's certainly something that staff would be interested in. I would just comment on Councilmember Howman's comment. If we are looking at weapon detection devices, those are not just for staff. All the buildings that were suggested are buildings that are open to the public and that we have public meetings at those locations. So they would protect both staff and the public that are in city facilities. But certainly we would meet with the bargaining units to discuss any of these items further before they were implemented.
And right now, the glass that's on City Hall, I'm just thinking that right now, it's not bulletproof or shatterproof, right?
I don't know if I want to say that in public.
Well, you know, I mean, sorry, actually, yes,
Yeah.
you shouldn't say
No,
that. Yes, you shouldn't say that. But I remember an incident way back when someone threw a Nalgene bottle through a front floor window.
Yeah, it is not bulletproof. It is shatterproof. After that incident, we did put film on the windows that make it shatterproof and less likely to break. But as you may know, there was a bullet shot through a window also. So.
And would these cameras also then, after the bullet bullets or one, I don't remember. We never implemented or added any cameras to City Hall, did we?
We've already had cameras in City Hall, and we've upgraded that camera system, so it's better quality video. But we have cameras in the public places, the lobbies, and outside of City Hall.
Great. And back to Danny. Obviously, privacy and protection of visitors and residents is very critical. But to just state the obvious, most, if not all, the bars in West Hollywood have their own private camera system, right?
That is correct.
And then how does it work with us utilizing that type of, I know we've had this conversation in the past, but how does the sheriff's station traditionally go about getting that type of information from those businesses?
So typically, and Captain Mulder can add to this as well, when there's a call for service or an investigation, then we will have the investigating deputy or detective approach the business, retrieve the footage as quickly as possible, and businesses tend to be very cooperative in terms of providing that information. And actually, most recently, we had a business safety, public safety meeting, and a number of businesses were there. And the West Hollywood Sheriff Station emphasized to businesses to make sure that there's somebody even on site that has the capability of retrieving the footage, because there have been some instances where, where they respond to a call for service or they're trying to get footage and maybe there isn't a general manager or somebody with authority there for the business to provide that footage, and so they wanted to reinforce that to everyone. And Captain Mulder, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
You explained it perfectly.
Danny's very good at that. There's no local law or stipulation that dictates how long those businesses have to keep certain footage, though, correct?
That is correct. The private businesses do not have to conform to that.
Great. So because I imagine they see a lot of traffic. So okay. And then that's it. Thank you. That's a comment. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Regarding the drones, this is real-time footage, right? Or is it recorded at all?
It is real time.
It's real-time. There's no recording.
There is a capability of recording, but that's something that the operator can turn on or off.
Do we have control over that as a city if we do this pilot program, or does LASD have control over that?
LASD, and I will turn it over to Captain Mulder to kind of give his perspective on the.
So currently, when we're using it now, SCB's using it, they do it really just for reconnaissance. And I don't think they record all those missions, but I would submit that every mission should be recorded. And I think there's positives to that and negatives to that. I think positives, the negatives that, well, you're recording this information and now you have this information on this video. But one thing good about recording is what I kind of alluded to earlier, is that if people had concerns about what we were doing with a drone, then we could just sit there and show them the video of the mission the drone took. And then they feel comfortable about where the drone was looking, what it was doing, if we get a complaint like that. Because I know another agency did have a complaint like that, actually hired attorneys and came in and they showed them the drone footage, and the drone had come over the individual's house or near their house, but was looking down. It was an area where I think 5 streets kind of intersect in one area, and the drone was just looking down each of those streets and then left, and the individual thought that they were looking into their house, and the footage was shown to that individual, and it was, the footage showed no looking into the individual's home.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if there's a recording, then it would be the same policy, whatever the LAC has to keep it, certain number of days, whatever policy you all have.
Yes.
Okay. Is the drone that's used right now by your teams, do they record using that drone?
Well, like I said, depending on their mission, especially with a SWAT mission, sometimes they will, sometimes they won't, depending on the type of mission it is. Most of the time, they're using the drone really just as a reconnaissance, going in, like we had an incident down here in La Brea and Santa Monica where it went into the apartment looking around for the individual. So some of those they won't record.
So with respect to liability issues, since we as a city would be holding this pilot program, but LASD would be running it, if there are any potential lawsuits that are made against the use of the drone for any kind of discrimination, anything, would we be a party to any lawsuit in that case?
I think it depends how they frame up the lawsuit,
Right.
but most likely if it was subject to the LASD policies, it would probably be, the main defense would be by the LASD, and we could probably participate as needed.
And would the liability insurance cover this, the liability insurance at all? That we've
what
talked
kind of
about the
claims were made.
risk claims stuff?
Yeah, I think if it ended up going to the sheriff, to LASD, it would be covered by the liability trust fund.
And we would be the first contract city to ever do this.
It sounded like it's
We would be
being
the first
used somewhere
contract
else.
city. Or they use it somewhere else?
Yeah, so we're looking to have, I think maybe possibly 3 pilot programs at West Hollywood, Malibu Lost Hills, and then maybe up in the Antelope Valley at one of the stations there. So in Malibu Lost Hills is really focused a lot on the wildfires and hikers and that aspect of it as well. So there's so many multi-use for it.
And so I understand this better. Let's say there is a call for a assault or robbery. The drone goes out first and sees if. Can you help me understand exactly practically how this would work?
Absolutely. So the drone would be, when the call comes in the station, much as we are dispatching our units to this call, then the drone would be dispatched to the call and would fly directly to the location provided in the call, flown by our FAA trained deputy, and they would then look around the location to see what's going on, if somebody needed help, identify a suspect or suspects, and then relay that information back to the units that are responding. Oftentimes, the drone will probably be on scene first, just because of the direct route it will have. It won't be in traffic and that kind of thing. So it can get eyes on the situation, and in terms of the deputy who's flying it will be seeing what's happening, being able to relay that information again to the responding units.
So when deputies have been called out, I know that in the past there have been issues with having to get the questioning from the call center. You make a call, you ask all these questions, and then the deputies go out, and then the deputies also ask all the questions. So I'm trying to figure out how this is going to reduce response times.
So it will reduce response times by the fact the drone is one of the responders, one of our aerial first responders. And so they'll be in a different capacity, but with technology, really we'll have a deputy on scene. He's not on scene. Technically, he's sitting back at the station controlling the drone, but then we'll be able to see what's going on and provide that information. If the suspect is now walking down the street, northbound on whatever street, they can start relaying that information, a better clothing description than what was maybe provided in the call, and I think help us be more accurate in the work we do, having that aerial first responder information being broadcast back to our units.
Would the drone follow the person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So my next question is about the cameras and the footage and the recordings, and I guess this would apply perhaps to both the drone and the camera recordings. Does the LASD ever work with other law enforcement from other states that may want to access different recordings for their purposes of getting criminals, so from other states?
So that's certainly a possibility. You know, I don't know how often that occurs. You know, and then the different kind of video platforms that the department has or has access to are shareable. Certainly, we help out our law enforcement partners. Beverly Hills helped us out with, you know, as I kind of enumerated earlier, on several occasions. So, and that helped us take people into custody that violated people in our community. So we do share. We do have a sharing of information in those parameters. And we'd be doing without a state agencies. I'm sure that our department does cooperate if a state agency, another state agency or federal agency would like some information that we have to help solve a crime.
Okay, so if somebody breaks a law in another state and they come to our city and by virtue of coming to our city, doing something in our city, such as going to Planned Parenthood to get an abortion, then any kind of recording could be accessed by another state's law enforcement to then potentially prosecute that person.
So you mean in the terms of if they committed a crime in another state and like had a warrant for their arrest and then were in our state?
Well, in some of the abortion bans, just make abortion illegal, period. Even going out of state, it is as a resident, it is absolutely illegal. So my question is, in a hypothetical like that, would the LASD would work with the other states if they do a request to say we want to see a recording of Jane Doe going to Planned Parenthood in West Hollywood to get an abortion?
Yeah, I think in a lot of other circumstances, there's the sharing of information, and with regard to the abortion issue and the different states and how they're looking at that and their laws there, I don't know that if it wasn't something that this is not a robbery, which is pretty much illegal in every state. I don't think there's a state that's not illegal in. So we would help share with them. With that specific situation, I think there would be a lot more scrutiny of that type of information sharing and the thing you've described, involving probably people from our county council and so forth to look at those issues.
Is there a written policy, Captain, that you could point to that said that would not happen, or I just think there would be a lot of scrutiny? Is there an actual written policy that LASD would have? And I'm going to extend this question. What about the FBI? What about ICE?
So is there a policy that we have currently that I've kind of just described? I don't know. I'll look into that to see how we deal with different states' requests and based on each individual request, which might have a different perspective in this state. And then in terms of like FBI and ICE, their requests, I'll have to look into that, see what our department policy is on that. Based on kind of the situations you described where it's not a robbery, it's something like an abortion, it might be not legal in one state, but you know, obviously illegal here. And how would we approach something like that? Yeah, I'll look into that.
Thank you so much. So, okay, those are actually my questions. And I also want to clarify that Councilmember Heilman, you weren't on council at this time, and there wasn't a lot of coverage on this, but there was a drive-by shooting of City Hall last year. And it was very unsafe for staff and whoever was in City Hall at the time, and it didn't get a lot of attention, and that wasn't the first, that hasn't been the only incident that has happened. Okay, so do we have public comments?
Yes,
tonight's
Mayor, we
speakers. Thank
have
you.
4 individuals in chambers, no one in Zoom who wish to speak on this item.
Thank you.
I will call our first speaker, John Allendorfer, to be followed by Michael Cotillo.
I think your mic might not be on.
Now it is. Okay, yeah. Now, okay. I have a couple questions, just a couple short questions. I won't keep you long. Okay, first question. How efficient are the security ambassadors? I don't know if there's any way to measure them. Just personally, looking at them, some of them seem so young and they don't have a strong presence. And also, do they go off the beaten path? Like, I live on Larrabee, and a couple weeks ago, there was a robbery at Cynthia and Larrabee. Do they come up from Santa Monica? Do they go down from Sunset? So, in fact, the 4 outstanding robberies, the one at Kings Road for La Boheme, the one on Sunset, Le Petit Four, and there was a robbery on Craig's, and then a couple weeks ago on Larrabee and Cynthia. So do they ever go off the beaten path? And it would be nice if we had some more mature security ambassadors to give more of a strong presence. And I don't see them engaging with a lot of the residents that much. It's like, you know, act more friendly to what you see. I know there's one security at Robertson and Santa Monica, right by Pavilions. He's always talking and very encouraging of the residents. And then my next question is, this probably, I know you can't answer it, but you know, the city of Santa Monica, they got rid of their security ambassadors. Will that ever come up again for the city council? And I know you can't answer that tonight, but you know, I think in talking to residents, I'm the manager of my apartment building, and a lot of people feel that we need more security, and I think we need more cops. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Michael Cotillo. Okay, he is no longer here. Victoria Kurazinski.
Hello, City Council. Hello, everybody else. I'm speaking by my heart. I mean, I don't rehearse anything. I observe, I watch, I get involved, and what I'm going to say now is from what I heard tonight, okay? Now, you made a beautiful point about this abortion thing here. Same thing with the transgender issue here, with, you know, affirmative care. I mean, hopefully this technology here won't be abused to a point where people's rights are being violated. I mean, AI, who knows where it's going in this world. It's getting, I mean, that's why you got these big things with the writer's strikes and everything going on in the actors' strikes, because people are worried about their jobs. I mean, I'm all for technology, but I have it to assist people, not to take people's jobs away. Okay? And worried about your city, I mean, there's a lot of people out there, unfortunately, that don't have a good opinion of City Hall. And I think that's because they're not being informed. They feel that they're being left out. I mean, somebody from the community or whatever, you should involve yourself with these social media sites a little bit. Put a little bit of input in there. Show people that you are there for them. Because if you don't do that, I hear all kinds of stories because I'm on social media a lot. And from what I hear, they don't think you give a damn what's going on. Okay, that's my input. Then you won't have to worry about, you know, your security at the City Hall because people will start to respect you. Okay? That's about it. I mean, that's all I really have to say. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Our final speaker in chambers is Jonathan Wilson.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and all of you. Thank you for the commissioners. I just wanted to start off by saying that technology is really an enabler. And we need to remember that, right? Because one of the biggest things that we have to focus on, and I'm speaking to you as as a resident and also a business owner within the city of West Hollywood. Keep in mind that, for example, we see Captain Mulder here, we see Danny Rivas, but we do not see block by block here. And I think there should be some level of an operating model at the leadership level that combines the three. It should be a trifecta. So in what I'm saying, there are three things I'm going to say, right? One, I'm in favor of many of the technology recommendations. My concern is how they'll be implemented, right? As a concerned citizen, I would like to ask that following approval, the city staff be asked to provide a recommendation for an implementation plan as to how the various new tools will be piloted together and then deployed together, inclusive of checkpoints with the Social Justice Advisory Board and the Public Safety Commission. I will also ask that there be an operating model that we think through. Operating models include a vision, they include the roles, the processes, the technology, and the governance. And the governance is what Mayor Shine was speaking to earlier. Happy to provide you tons of framework for free. I will give it to you because I really want this to be successful. Number two, in addition, it's a good opportunity to reiterate that block by block, the Sheriff's Department and the city staff work hand in hand to optimize response to reports that are not for bodily harm, property harm, and/or threats, because apparently that's 84% of the calls. Why isn't block by block just taking those? That's a quick hit. That should be part of the new operating model. The last piece is, as someone who experienced firsthand the experience working with someone who had to go to the Sheriff's Department 3 different times to schedule a report, there's clearly room for prioritization and partnership among the different groups. So I just want to lead by saying, happy to give you free materials so we can be successful. I really want this to go. So.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mayor, we do have a citizen position slip in support of the item from Mike Carter.
All right, thank you. Well, at this time, let's move to commissioners. Please keep your comments brief. Chair Hallman?
Let's see, is this a working mic? Can you hear me? I am a big fan of many of these policies. On some levels, I think we're behind the 8 ball. Mayberry doesn't exist any longer. Pulse, Colorado Springs, or horrific situations. Here in the city of West Hollywood, we are bar after bar after bar after bar. I think we really need to think about how we're going to protect residents, patrons that go out in the evening, and really look at implementing a lot of these policies. September 11th was horrible for everyone, but you had to be there to understand the gravity of the horror. And we like to call ourselves a progressive city. There are other cities that are implementing some of these activations. I saw Chula Vista on the list. I think we need to step our game up here.
We'll get one that works. I similarly am in favor of, in general, the proactive looking at different public safety solutions. I do think that this item was rushed, and I have a lot more that I want to ask and talk about with it. I apologize that my questions went on for a long time, but they are very important as you know, this is the city's house, and we're doing the city's business, and these are important questions and important tools that we're looking at. So I want to make sure that we're asking all the right questions before we jump to an answer. Some of these solutions are obvious things that we should absolutely be doing. You know, the emergency communication, visitor management systems, those are cheap, those are quick, high value, high visibility. Some things that, you know, I think we need to ensure that we're implementing in a responsible manner and can guarantee the transparency with. The real-time watch center, drones, the fixed mounted cameras, I'm in support of them in theory in portions, but I want to make sure that we do them responsibly. And then there are some of these items that I think, even if they don't cost us anything directly, the high-speed vehicle pursuit alternative, it's free. I think the optics of it, if nothing else, really don't lend well. But I do as well want to just underscore what Mayor Schein raised about ensuring that with whatever solutions, especially technology advancements that we're looking at, that we are able to, that we understand going into it how much we can constrain as a city the data that is collected on our behalf. As an example, there's reports where the ALPR camera data from Pasadena Police Department and Long Beach Police Department was shared with ICE. So I think when we look at implementing these solutions, how we can bake in transparency and then restrictions to them. So yeah, thank you.
Once again, I want to thank city staff for putting this packet together. Director Rivas, Captain Mulder, thank you very much. I want to echo off on what Commissioner Chair Hallman said. You know, our times have changed in our society, going through what Pulse had gone through, you know, LGBT community being attacked. I come from New York City. Times Square is filled with cameras in New York City, and it is to protect the citizens and the residents of that city. I think the addition of these cameras in our city will help maybe deter people from coming in here and committing crimes. It is to let them know that, you know, you cannot come to West Hollywood and commit crimes. We welcome you to come, have fun, enjoy, eat, but don't ruin our city, and we won't tolerate it. So in closing, I am all for favor for all the cameras and look forward to working with the commission, city council, and Director Rivas, and hopefully implementing all of these. Thank you.
I agree. I do feel that this was rushed. I feel like we need definitely more time to go over all of this. I don't think we've heard enough from the residents. It's really late. There's hardly anyone left. I don't think we've given them enough time for them to give their input. And then going back to the privacy issues, you know, just reading some reports from the ACLU, the Brookings Institute, and also Georgetown Law, the one thing they all said together was usage must be written by the residents and city council, not law enforcement. And that is so important, because once this goes through, you're not going to be able to take it back. It's going to be really hard, and then they're going to blame, I'm not going down that road, but it's not going to be easy to get rid of it once it goes off. So I think, you know, even just more time, but I think that is the most important issue, is that city council and citizens write the usage and not law enforcement. Thank you.
I would echo pretty much everything fellow commissioners said. Thank you for the report. I think we're all in favor of protecting our representatives, especially these days when threats are incredibly heightened. And I think that protecting your representatives is a signal of how much you respect them. And to me, that's what I think this is about. And I think it sends a strong signal to the community. I agree with comments from the public about us being more active, which I know we're talking about as a commission, and how we respond to the public, how we interact with the public using tools that are readily available. I do agree with most of these measures on here, with the caveat of, you know, how it's used, you know, how we're auditing it, what it's being used for, who it's being shared with. I think that's a conversation that's going on everywhere with technology, as it's evolving faster than we are in a lot of cases. But thank you very much for the recommendations.
I too am unfortunately in favor of most of this. I say unfortunately because I wish we didn't live in a world where it was necessary. But the drones and the cameras, it makes sense. I will say that I have met with a resident since the last meeting. it was mentioned when Director Rivas mentioned this was coming up, he did express concerns about this. I understand it, that it's almost dystopian. So, and their concern is about creep. What could it lead to? So it's going to be a lot of education to the public and a lot of promises that are stuck to that it doesn't end up being not widespread surveillance, but responsive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
I got to sit on the other side of the dais next time. Okay, so I'm very supportive of all of these pilot programs. The only ones that I'm not so sure about, as Councilmember Howman mentioned, whether or not, I guess the recommendation is on the ballistic and the metal detection to go to the community on those. So that's fine with me. I think if we did go ahead with them, I would want to limit them to City Hall and the metal detection, maybe council chambers and City Hall. But other than that, I don't think that they should be at every single facility until we've had a chance to see how it goes. The gunshot detection, I don't know that that's really necessary. So I mean, if everyone wants to move ahead with that, that's fine, but it's not something that I think we need. And I do have concerns about the block-by-block body-worn cams, especially when the whole idea of body-worn cameras is because of uses of force, right? So I have not gotten I've gotten a lot of complaints about block-by-block, but not about using force. And so unless this is going to be a new way of training and evaluating how they are working, I honestly don't see the point. I don't see who's going to be looking at them. I honestly just don't see the point of it.
Does kissing count as force?
I'm sorry?
Does kissing count as force?
Yeah. Well, that depends. Yeah, I just don't see the point, again, unless it's about training and evaluations. And I thank Mr. Allendorfer for bringing up his concerns about block by block, because I have to agree that there just seems to be very, very inexperienced green people out there, and I don't know that they are providing the services that we are really looking for. Some of them are great, and some of them are just too green. I would also say that, I understand people's concerns about privacy, but the truth of the matter is, on a public corridor, there is no presumption, I think, of privacy. You're in a public space on a public corridor. I think in terms of policies, I think obviously we need to go into the pilot with a policy, but the whole idea of a pilot is to work on it and make it better. So I think during the pilot, we can be refining policy that everyone is comfortable with, the community and the city council and our public safety partners. Regarding alleyways having the cameras, and we actually had passed an initiative to encourage businesses to purchase, Ring camera type devices. Staff was going to be coming back with whether it should be a rebate program or some kind of discount on a business tax to encourage cameras on both in the back and the front entrances of a business. And as other people have mentioned, a lot of our bars already have cameras all over the place, but especially where we have dark alleys, wherever we can encourage private businesses to purchase. They're not that expensive, and $100 a year, and you have video forever. I can't get rid of all my videos from all my Ring devices. And I think that's only other comment I have is with the visitor management system, we did get an email that was concerned that seniors, that, some people may not be able to deal with the device if you have to, type in whatever, and as long as we have somebody there to help who's going to be helpful, then that's fine. But, and regarding the high speed, we have 1 to 2 high-speed chases a month approximately. More like 1, but maybe 1 to 2. And so again, like that one, I was on the fence because of the number of, how much it would be utilized. But then again, if it saves a life because of the deputies don't have to chase without really knowing where they're going, and it saves somebody from getting hit, a pedestrian or whatever, then I guess it's worth it. So that's how I stand right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by also saying that I can totally appreciate everyone's desire for efficient meetings, but it's our task to have this conversation, and an efficient meeting is one that is done well. The work is incredibly important to the community, but shortening reports and shortening question periods forgoes the opportunity to provide the education that's necessary and opportunities for engagement on this. Create forms of containment that do not allow us to have the conversation that serves the importance of what we're here to do. It also contributes to an air of discomfort in asking difficult and necessary questions. Everyone here rightfully feels that their questions are important, and we must engage in an act of mutual trust that we are all committed to using our time well. Thank you for your patience and commitment to this work. Please, please, please support each other in being able to do this meaningfully. In terms of specifics to this task, I just want to say, as part of this technology work, I believe that we need to create our own AI-related policy to protect community from misuse and abuse in the many ways. The White House has issued an AI Bill of Rights, and I think we could look to this as a model for our own community. Related to the drones, should they go forward, I would like to see that this policy prevents the ability for weaponized drones to be folded in. Just hard stop, no lethal, no non-lethal even, nothing weaponized. Drones with a camera, sure, that's one thing, but I really would like us to put a full stop to any ability to have weaponized drones become a part of that policy in the future. Increasing our standards of data retention beyond what the state has seems to behoove us as a city that wants to continue to do the most progressive thing possible with regards to this work. So I'd like to see what we can do there, and I'd also like to see how we can clarify our data share. I know we're very limited because we're using LASD as a partner, but we have to figure out the ways that we can encourage data share in the ways that best serve the diversity of the community stakeholders that we have here in West Hollywood. I also would like to see a recommendation come forward for implementation of speed cameras. Should that legislation pass, we should be ready to implement. This would be beyond the scope of the proposed statewide policy and the pilot that they're encouraging. I don't think West Hollywood's on that list of pilot cities, but I think this is something that would really benefit us as a city, and we should be ready to go with it on our own. I just again want to say that because there are no costs outlined to decommission any of these pilots, that's an ongoing concern, just not having the full scope of what costs look like from sunrise to sunset should we not want to move forward. And I'm not totally clear on what it's going to look like when these items come back to council, but just given how cumbersome it was to move through such an extensive report on so many items, I would ask that these come as separate individual items that can be discussed as such so the public can engage in a meaningful way. It would allow us to table conversations for future, prioritize accordingly, and make recommendations appropriately. Thank you.
Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you. I'm just going to go through these as quickly as possible. And again, thank you everyone for your input. I'm very much in support of the drones, the fixed real-time cameras. I'm fine with the gunshot detection because I don't think it costs all that much. And it's a pilot project. I'm fine with the real-time watch center, the body cameras for block by block. Again, that won't cost us anything, and it will help us monitor what they're doing on the street. The high-speed vehicle pursuit, again, no cost to us. And I know that it was mentioned that the optics of that aren't great, but I think we have to compare that to the optics of a high-speed pursuit and the potential harm that could occur, as Councilmember Meister indicated. For all of these things, I agree there needs to be, as Jonathan Wilson said, a very clear implementation and coordination plan, and we need to make sure that we have policies in place to protect against misuse. I do think it's the people who are very concerned about misuse, they never seem to complain about the cameras that are in every grocery store, the cameras that are at Target, the cameras that are in every nightclub, and I'm sure Planned Parenthood, probably given the security threats they face, they have cameras at their facilities as well. But we should be making sure that as a city, we have a policy in place. The visitor management system seems to be something that would be, really, we have one already. This would just computerize it and make it more efficient. The emergency communications, that's something that we can improve. The utility vehicle for special events as well as for significant events that occur. Monitoring the city facilities, we already have cameras there, so I think having that being monitored on a regular basis is good. I guess what Lauren was saying makes a little bit sense to me. Having a lot of what you say makes sense to me, but having the sort of weapon detection at City Hall and at council meetings, maybe that's something that I would support, but I just don't see the need for it at every single park, and it'd be hard to implement. And the ballistic protection, I'd like to know more about that at City Hall and how that would actually work, and whether we need that at this facility as well. So I'd like more information about that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you to the members of the public as well as everyone up here. I opened up my phone and I got micro-targeted by an NBC News article called, "In this beach town, sometimes the first cop on the scene is a drone," and they're talking about Santa Monica. So AI is watching, which is also alarming. I guess my question is actually about control. So for example, regarding the drones, and I'm going to do what Councilmember Heilman did and kind of go down for expediency, Mayor. Chula Vista publishes all of the drones' flight paths on their website. Is that something LASD will do on our WeHo website, or do we not have any control over that?
Yeah, that's something that's a part of this whole process, is putting together a plan and the things that we want to see. They do publish those, and that is some after the fact, and that is something we certainly can do, and that's what these discussions are about, to see where we want to go with that.
Great. And then Santa Monica destroys all the data or recordings or whatever they are within 60 days unless the incident's involving a crime. What is the data retention policy for the drone usage that would apply here?
So again, that's something that we'll have to look at and make sure we're in conforming with state law, which if they're doing it, then they obviously are. And then we have to look at a time frame, how long we have to, again, the minimum by law time frame, we have to keep it. If there's none, then we can make a decision on what we want to do, 30 days, 60 days, in terms of anything we record. So that, again, part of this process to make that determination.
Great. So I support drones. I'm not there yet. So I think there's been a lot of concerns. I actually don't know how it would work. I would like to see how it would work. I would love to come and see a man fly a drone somewhere to do it. I'm happy to go to Santa Monica. I don't know where Chula Vista is, but I'm happy to go there as well. But I actually don't. So I should probably figure that out. I don't leave West Hollywood for many reasons. Where? San Diego. Yeah, well, I'm not going there. And so that's fine, God bless. But I just don't know if I'm ready to make a conversation on number one. So I kind of want to table that conversation for right now. And I think policies and everything need to really be thought out before we do that, because I do agree with Commissioner Freeberg that once the genie's out of the bottle, it's going to be hard to put back in. But in theory, I could get there. I need to see more information, and I think our commission would like to see more information as well. Fixed real-time cameras, fine with. Gunshot detection software, I'm along with my colleagues. I could go either way. Real-time watch center, again, I would love to see some policies implemented before it goes, but I'm fine with it. Because a lot of the times, especially when we talk Captain Mulder, you know, those eyes on the street, and exactly with what Councilmember Heilman said, if we're under the assumption that we're walking past Mickey's, for example, and they're not spotting us, I think we're kind of fooling ourselves there. Body-worn cameras for block by block, I understand that it doesn't cost anything, but if we're going to treat block by block like potentially people that carry weapons, I think that's a whole other conversation. And, you know, and I'm just going to state the obvious because it's been mentioned and, you know, talked about. Yes, 2 individuals were caught on camera kissing. It's a very unfortunate situation. I'm sure they were fired. I have no idea. I hope they were fired. That's what happens, should be done. But there were 2 kids, to probably comment on what a member of the public said, that made a mistake on camera, and it's unfortunate, and it's not okay because of how heightened the security has been. But nevertheless, I don't doubt that they are good people and nice people who made a mistake, and we like to make sure that we rectify that. And I don't know if kissing is a use of force, but in this town, some former council members have made that an act of love. Additionally, high-speed vehicle pursuit alternatives, I'm fine with it. I don't have enough information on that. Proactive security monitoring solutions, I'm fine with that if that's the will of the council. I think giving our city manager the authority to look at City Hall and council chambers for weapon detection and whatever proactive aspects he would like to do and bring back recommendations would be helpful, versus us making that assumption right now. I think we need to see more of this stuff. These are great ideas. Visitor management system, fine. Emergency communication, fine. And then the Polaris utility task vehicle, I'm fine with that. So I think ultimately we're moving forward in the right direction, but I think at the end of the day, these are great ideas that need to be parsed out a little bit more, and they need to come back to us as we continue this conversation.
I'm sorry, Councilman Erickson, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, for the body-worn cameras, were you
I'm not really in support of that. I think that if we're going to treat our block-by-block individuals as sworn officers, I think that's a whole separate conversation than actually having it. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. So a big difference that I see between our city and the other cities cited for the drones and the cameras is that they have their own police department and we do not. And that's where my big issue is with this, and it goes to Commissioner Freeberg. You stated it so perfectly, usage. It's critical that we have control over usage to maintain really the heart of what West Hollywood has been and is, and what I hope West Hollywood will continue to be. I want our city to be safer and protected, and I understand the need for some of these items. However, if we had our own police department, which was on, it was supposed to come to us, and it is at this moment not, this would be a different issue because we would have a lot more control over usage and policies. But the fact of the matter is, in dealing with the LA County Sheriff's Department, we know that we do not. And with regard to the drone, I'm more concerned. I would not be in favor of a recording because of the same usage issues With respect to the cameras, the only way I would support this is if we had full control over how it is used so that ICE does not have access to it, so that the state of our country is unfortunately become very anti-woman and becoming more and more anti-LGBTQ, and that is a scary thought. So it is more important than ever that West Hollywood maintains itself as a sanctuary for LGBTQ people, immigrants, and women. That's what we were founded as. And we need to continue ensuring that we do everything in our power to maintain those values. I would be supportive if there's a way for us to perhaps have an independent company or contractor that would maintain the recording as an intermediary, an independent intermediary between us and the Sheriff's Department, because I don't think that we're going to be able to write up some policies and the Sheriff's Department is just going to follow them with respect to a lot of the issues that I had. So with respect to the drones, I also would like more information too. I think it would be good to kind of table it right now to understand more. $250,000 is a very high cost, and another $250,000 for a center and dedicated watch center. That's $500,000. We can get a whole extra Met team, or put that money towards perhaps the training, community safety training that Councilmember Meister and I wanted the Sheriff's Department to do, or so many other things. I'm also not in favor of the block-by-block cameras for the same reasons that Councilmember Meister had. The gunshots, same as Councilmember Meister, I'm just not convinced. I understand that it doesn't cost anything, I believe, so there's that. The high-speed, sticky, throwy thing, I don't, again, it seems, I'm not convinced with that either. With respect to, I like the idea of City Hall and council chambers. That's actually what I was thinking about originally. I didn't really think we need all the parks and everything to have these. Perhaps maybe, I don't know, Plummer Park does have some, I don't know what's council meeting, or meetings are still at Plummer Park. There's a Public Safety Commission meet at Plummer Park?
We have Human Services Commission, the Disabilities Advisory Board, Historic Preservation. So we have 3.
Okay, so that may be something to think about, but definitely City Hall and council chambers. And I know there have been some questions about if we have weapon detection, do we then need ballistic? I thought about that. I said, that makes sense. Why would we, if you're scanning people for guns, do we still need protection on the dais? But then I thought maybe the Captain Mulder can answer his question. If there's a rush, or I don't know, somebody comes in and just starts shooting the people that are supposed to do the weapon detection, then they can get through and shoot up everybody else too. So maybe that's what that is for. So I would like some more info on that and recommendation back to us, but I do think that is critical. So that's where I am, and I'm fine with all of the other, the vehicle for staff for big events and all of the other things.
So
yeah.
I think everyone went item by item except Councilmember Byers. Do you want to go item by item?
Is that what's necessary tonight?
It is not necessary. I think we have enough direction to come back with some of the items. I think anything we do would include a policy. So I think we've heard from all of you, from the commission as well as the council, that you want to have policies attached to basically all of these or most of these. So anything we bring back would be with policies. And then I think we have enough information on most of them to know if there are things that should drop off.
I also asked for, I would like you to look into if there is any kind of mechanism to have an independent, I don't know who this is, but an independent third party that would be the collector of the camera footage and then work with sheriffs and us as an intermediary.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
I was just going to ask, and it sounds like you have enough information from us that all of these items are going to come back to us at some point with more costs, with policies, with implementation, and follow-up from the questions that we've raised. So you have enough from us tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think we're all spent.
Mayor Pro Tem has one more thing he wants to say.
We'll have the Public Safety Commission enjoy what it's like to be up here for a little bit longer. I do think one thing that we are missing from this conversation is an equity conversation, though, because what we're looking at here is $2.1 million in unallocated spending for a very important cause, which we can't invest more in, which is community safety and making sure people feel safe. However, I do think there needs to be a conversation, and I don't know if, I don't know if Commissioner Wilson was highlighting to this regarding the implementation plan, but then what's the equity conversation on the other end? Oftentimes, we spend a lot of money on public safety. I mean, it's 1/3 of our budget, essentially. But our social services rarely grow. I mean, it's 5 to 7. It's gone up to 7 something right now, right?
Well, that's just the contracts. Remember, we did a
No,
CARES team and a number of other things.
I understand that. But what I think I'm trying to say is that if we're going to take $2.1 million out of the unallocated reserves, what are we doing elsewhere? I don't have the answer to that right now, but I think it's something we have to think of. When people want more minutes for deputies, $2.1 million is a whole lot of deputies, right? When people want different, you get what I'm trying to say. And so I'm gonna get off my soapbox, but I will not vote for these items unless there is a corresponding equity conversation about where services are or could be improved and increased. I just think that it's only fair, and especially listening to people like Bambi Salcedo and other commissioners and people that have made that point, really saying that community intervention strategies work, but how far are we willing to go? I don't know.
Yeah, no, we can certainly look at those things. And I think there has been a lot of public conversation about public safety over the last couple of years. And so this would be an initial investment. These aren't annual costs. This would be from reserves. I think when we come back, we'll come back with the annual costs for these things as well to look at if we want to incorporate it into the budget. But we'll certainly look at the equity question as well for these things.
And as I said, when we added back more deputies, which is unfortunate, and I know there is hopefully going to be a robust plan to implement all this stuff, that when, sadly not if, because of the world we live in, something happens in our city, that it is a conversation that where is the plan when we've thought about, we've added more good guys with guns, we've done this, we have 12 items before us that are supposed to make people safer, right? And the reality is that we live in LA County, there is an aspect of crime, and that we have to deal with it. But at the same reflection point is, there is actually no right amount of people on the streets that can prevent crime versus responding to it. And that's where I think we have to look at other intervention strategies to use all of those tools in our toolbox to do all that we can to make people feel safe.
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. Did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just was going to say that I think that, look, we have to have a comprehensive approach, but we are adding the CRISE, the mobile unit, which if it's successful, then that will grow. The Met team, crisis units, a couple of $1 million just to get going. So it's not like we're not looking at community-based and behavioral health-based response. I just wanted to also add about the drones. What has been, and I think this was in the item that Councilmember Heilman and I brought forward, was that there are actually safer outcomes with the drone because the police are able to do a better assessment of what is needed. They probably save money on how many cars have to go out. You know how sometimes we have like 6 cars show up? You know, I think if they're able to assess in advance what they need, it will be more cost efficient and a better use of resources. And also it will reduce helicopter use, which I'm sure is expensive and more expensive than a drone. And the noise that comes with the helicopters, I
I'll
don't know
believe
about
the
you, but I get
helicopter
those.
statement when I hear it and see it, because I still believe that you just fly that helicopter all the time just for fun. Because so if this cuts down on helicopter conversations, then that's one thing. But
Anyway,
I'll believe it when I
that's,
hear it.
that's my
Yeah.
little push for the drones. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are concluded for this evening. The special meeting of the City Council and Public Safety Commission is adjourned. It is 11:05 p.m. The City Council will adjourn to its next regular meeting, which will be on Monday, August 21st, 2023 at 6 p.m. at West Hollywood Park Public Meeting Room, Council Chambers. Have a wonderful, safe night, everyone.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yes, thank you.